Standing proud and evergreen in the middle of the gateway to the north is our valiant mother who cradled freedom fighters such as Andres Malo and Juan de la Cruz Palaris. These local heroes won the battle against the Spaniards in Dinalatongan back in 1762. Known for her fertile lands, she flourishes in the bamboo craft industry and mango agriculture, thus making her the mango bamboo capital of the Philippines. A jack of all trades, she also excels in livestock, crop production, inland fishing, pottery, food processing, tourism, and commerce. Rich in history and architecture, she flaunts historical landmarks such as the 400-year-old St. Dominic Church and the Speaker Eugenio Perez decade-old acacia tree. She has fallen many times, worn down but never broken, just bent by the ferocious winds of change. But just like the bamboo she is known for, she remains resolute and strong, tall and proud. She is San Carlos City, stalwart and true evermore. And to reflect in retrospect on the recent world changer that is the COVID-19 pandemic, San Carlos City has no doubt taken the heavy brunt of its complications. From the health sector to the socio-economic aspect to the education front, San Carlos City may have suffered blows, but she proves to be resilient nonetheless. And now that the opening of school year 2020 to 2021 is looming and is about to begin, the education sector is now taking the lead in dealing with the pandemic.
Bilang magulang po na nag-aaral po ang aking anak, mga anak, patuloy ko po na susuportahan ang guidelines ng ating DepEd. At the same time po, gusto kong itulong sa kanila yung maaaring gawin ng mga bata na sila ay makakapag-aral.
That is why, amidst the country's ongoing battle with COVID-19, the San Carlos City Division Office continues its service in the education front, fully equipped with educational resources and manpower, ready to serve the San Carlinians through various learning modalities. Face-to-face classes are no longer the main mode of transmitting knowledge. With this, the Schools Division Office of San Carlos sees to it the different possibilities and strategies when it comes to the delivery of learning. Because the Schools Division Office of San Carlos places high premium on the health and safety of the San Carlinian learners.
Together with DepEd San Carlos City, together with all of the officials of our education sector, we plan and we prepare. We are already preparing for the purchase of machines for the use of for the printing of modular items to be used by our students, and we are also preparing for the procurement of all of the radio transmitters that would be required by DepEd. With that po, ang San Carlos City local government is in full support of DepEd, of our parents, and most especially our students.
The Schools Division of San Carlos City rises up with a steadfast advocacy to meet the expectations of the challenge posited by Dr. Leonor Magtolis Briones. Armed with the information gathered through a massive survey of the populace, and with the resolute guidance of the new Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, Schools Division Office of San Carlos City launches the model program.
Find yourself on the module, because we're combining modular and e-learning.
The model stands for Modular and Electronic Learning. With this flexible and inclusive learning modality, each child is assured of modules to use in all learning areas, combined with digitized instructional materials that can be accessed online or offline using any electronic device the child has. It is a convenient and seemingly personalized modality that suits the needs of all learners. In the learning continuity plan, several surveys were conducted by the division primarily to determine the level of preparedness of the learners and school personnel. Out of the 94 schools surveyed, 67 preferred modular learning, 10 prefer online learning, while 17 prefer a combination of both. Through the use of activities, worksheets, and strategic intervention materials, teachers are able to enhance learning experience. Moreover, they are also trained to create open educational resources materials. Through careful consideration and analysis of the survey data, the division was able to point out areas and sectors that need further improvement and preparedness, helping expedite the institution of model. How do we do that? In distributing and retrieving the module, we need to follow this procedure. For modular distance learning, number 1, parents or guardians will get the modules and activity or answer sheets in the school or nearest barangay hall in their place. Number 2, parents or guardians will be given an orientation on the content of the modules for them to be guided on how to use it. Number 3, students will read all set concepts for the entire week and answer each activity of the modules. Number 4, parents will serve as teacher support staff in guiding the learners while answering the modules. Number 5, teachers will make a follow-up on students' progress of learning by means of communication channels such as text, call, and the like. In case the learners need further supervision, the teacher will go to their house and guide them in answering the modules. Teachers may do home visitation in extreme cases when the learners need the presence of teachers' class supervision and guidance in understanding. Number 6, parents will return the answered activity or answer sheets to the school for checking. Thus, the scheduled date. Number 7, if the learner met the desired learning competencies, the teacher will give comments or suggestions for enhancement through text, call, and other modes of communication. Number 8, if the learner did not meet the desired competencies, the teacher will give remediation and enrichment activities to the learners. Number 9, after successfully studying and accomplishing the activities in the modules, the parents will be given the next set of modules and the process shall be repeated. For electronic or online distance learning, number 1, teachers will serve as online learning facilitators who will be simulating an actual teaching scenario using cell phone, laptop, and desktop with the aid of internet. Number 2, the teacher will create a group chat including his or her students for them to have a means of communication. Number 3, the teacher will orient the learners whether synchronous or asynchronous learning will be used.
Buksan nyo lang yung mic nyo pag gusto nyo magsalita. You can raise your hand if you want to talk. And I will recognize you. Okay?
Number 4, for synchronous learning, both teachers and learners will be guided by the usual teaching and class program. The teacher will pass a link to the learners, which will be used for teaching via the Google Meet, MS Teams, or other applicable platforms. Number 5, the teacher will share his or her PowerPoint presentation and other instructional materials using the chosen platform. Number 6, if the learner met the expected learning competencies, the teacher can now give further instructions for the next lessons. Number 7, if the learner did not meet the desired learning competencies, the teacher will give the learner the needed remediation or enrichment activities through the learning management system to keep private conversation regarding the lesson. Number 8, for synchronous learning, the teacher will make sure that all the learners have been registered to the online classroom or learning management system using the chosen platform like Moodle, Google Classroom, and Edmoodle. Number 9, the teacher will orient the learners about LMS for them to have an idea as on how it will be utilized in the group chat. Number 10, learning management system will serve as the discussion venue of the teachers and the learners which can be used anytime. It is where the teaching and learning materials can be uploaded. Number 11. In asynchronous learning, the learners will be given a chance to cope out with the lessons or activities they missed during the synchronous learning based on their schedule. Number 12. After doing all the required online lessons and learning. This program ensures that no San Carolinian learner will be left behind. At the end of the day, the only question remains, what drives the school's division office of San Carlos City to push forward? It is our commitment that drives us. It is our passion for work that moves us. And with the careful and meticulous guidance of our school's division superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito. That moves us to weather this pandemic and see to it that education is best served to the thousand-fold learners of San Carlos City.
The learning modalities that we will use are not really one size fits all. To equip our learners with the most essential learning competencies, our teachers will need to use mixed modalities. We are so thankful for the support of our local government unit. Our LGU has already allocated an amount of 4.5 million for the reproduction of our modules. We already have coordinated with the parents and other stakeholders with regards to the modalities that we will use in teaching. I hope that our learners and teachers will enjoy their journey to the new learning modality, the model modality, unique for San Carlos City Division. Happy teaching and enjoy learning.
Like a bamboo, we push forward because we do it out of love, the genuine love for a learner. For as long as there is a child willing to learn and willing to have a better life, the school's division office of San Carlos City will continue to grow and stand strong. Sulong Edukalidad, we rise as one. Para sa bata, para sa bayan.
Carlos, the sturdy bamboo, and Carlene, the sweet mango. The icons Carlos and Carlene are the symbols of San Carlinian learners. Carlos is the anthropomorphic sturdy male learner, dressed in polo and school shorts with a tablet in his right hand. Carlos, the sturdy bamboo, and Carlene, the sweet mango. The icons Carlos and Carlene are the symbols of San Carlinian learners. Carlos is the anthropomorphic sturdy male learner, dressed in polo and school shorts with a tablet in his right hand and with his left hand posing a thumbs up sign. Carlene is the anthropomorphic sweet female learner, dressed in white blouse and blue skirt with copies of learning modules in her left hand and with her right hand posing a thumbs up sign. The characters were derived from the two main agricultural products of the city, the bamboo and the mango. The sturdy and resilient bamboo symbolizes the strength and resiliency of the people of San Carlos City. The sweet mango symbolizes the cheerfulness and passion of every San Carlinian. To note, the uniform symbolizes the standards of education and compliance. The San Carlinians aim to meet the highest standards of education and comply with the requirements despite these trying times. The gloves, which protect the hands, symbolize the learner's total participation in learning activities. The SDO SEC ensures the protection and well-being of the learners, teachers, and division personnel. The rubber shoes worn by the characters are thick yet flexible and light. These embody the milk and blended learning modalities, extensive and flexible, suited for the rough terrains caused by the pandemic. In addition, Carlos carries a tablet which symbolizes one of the learning modalities being employed by the SDO SEC under the project model. The combination of modular instruction and the electronic learning, while Carlene holds modules which symbolize the other learning materials used in the preferred learning modality being employed by the SDO SEC under the project model. The modular instruction completed with the use of online and offline resources. The two pose thumbs up that signifies preparedness and willingness to learn despite the pandemic. Also, the approval and support of the stakeholders. The four bamboo leaves on the top of Carlos' head and the four folds of the ribbon bow on the top of Carlene's head represent the 4 quarters of the school year. In terms of their background, the community represents the various stakeholders who play significant roles in the education of children or learners. It involves the family, the school, the barangay council, and the other stakeholders. Thus, the community's support is vital to the learning continuity plan of the DepEd. Meanwhile, the TV antenna embodies the resourcefulness of the community in distance learning, and the 2 transmitter towers with flashing signals represent communication technology, which is the primary tool in distance learning. Lastly, rising sun symbolizes hope and tomorrow, as reflected in the tagline, Handang isip, handa bukas. With regards to their vibrant colors, namely yellow, which means joy, happiness, and optimism in the new normal. Green, which deals with health, vigor, and service. Dark blue, which represents integrity, knowledge. And pink, which symbolizes love and care.
Oh, andyan na kayo. Ako nga pala si Sir Dexter at narito ako ngayon upang bigyan kayo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Handa na ba kayo? Simulan na natin to! Bago ang lahat, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. At narito na ang ilan sa mga dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. May markahang pagsusulit ba ang aking anak? Paano ito gagawin? Ganito po, ang DepEd ay magbababa ng kaukulang patnubay kaugnay sa markahang pagsusulit na agad din namang ipapaalam sa mga mag-aaral at sa mga magulang. Bukod sa mga gawaing nasa module, may iba pa bang gawain na ibibigay sa aking anak? Ano ang gagawin sa mga ito? Opo, may ibibigay na activity sheets at karagdagang gawain ang guro na sasagutan ng inyong anak upang mataya ang natutunan niya sa bawat module na napag-aralan. Kailangang tipunin lang ang mga gawaing ito at minsan ang ibibigay sa guro sa takdang oras ng paglikom. Sino ang magwawasto sa mga gawain sa module, karagdagang activity sheets at iba pang mga gawain? Ganito po yan. May mga gawain sa module na mismong mag-aaral ang maaaring magwasto sapagkat ang susing sagot ay matatagpuan sa dulo ng bawat module. Mangyaring paalalahanan lamang ang anak na maging tapat sa pagwawasto ng kanyang mga gawain upang matuto. Iwawasto ng guro ang ibang mga gawain sa module kasama ang karagdagang activity sheets. Bakit nasa module din ang susing sagot sa ilang mga gawain? Makikita natin ang ilang kasagutan sa mga gawain sa module upang mabigyan kaagad ng feedback ang learning facilitator o magulang sa suporta na kinakailangan ng mag-aaral. Mahalaga ito bilang paghahanda sa iba pang mga sasagutang activity sheets at gawain na ibibigay ng guro bilang pagtataya sa natamong kaalaman at kasanayan ng mag-aaral. Paano mabibigyan ng marka ang performance ng aking anak sa distance learning? Simple lamang po, titipunin ng mag-aaral ang mga gawain sa isang portfolio or e-portfolio at isusumite sa itinagdang araw ng paglikom. Susuriin at bibigyan ng guro ng karampatang marka ang bawat aktibidad na ginawa ng mag-aaral. Para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring dumulog lamang po sa ating DepEd Order No. 12, Series of 2020. Antabayanan ang susunod pang mga paalala mula sa DepEd Order No. 17, Series of 2020. At iyan na po ang ilan sa mga dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Muli, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Magtulungan po tayo upang malampasan natin ang pagsubok na ating pinagdadaanan. Sama-sama po nating isulong ang edukalidad. Ako po si Sir Dexter. Maraming salamat sa panonood at mabuhay tayong lahat. araw po! Alam namin na marami kayong agam-agam tungkol sa kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa pasukan ngayong taon. Iyan po ang dahilan kung bakit ako naririto. Ako nga po pala si Sir Dexter, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa dating na pasukan. Bago ang lahat, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Ating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. May bayad ba ang mga modules? Ang mga ADM modules o self-learning materials ay libre. Ang mga ito ay sadyang inihanda ng DepEd para sa mga mag-aaral ng walang bayad. Iwasan lamang na marumihan o mapunit ang bawat pahina ng module at kailangang gumamit ng hiwalay na sagutang papel. Paano matatanggap ng mga mag-aaral ang mga modules at activity sheets? Ganito po, ang mga paaralan ay may school learning continuity plans kung saan nakalatag ang gabay at proseso sa pamamahagi ng mga module o activity sheets na kakailanganin ng inyong anak. Tiyak na ito ay ipapaalam sa inyo bilang magulang o tagapag-alaga ng mag-aaral. Ang mga paaralan ay maaaring magpatulong sa barangay, local government units, non-government organizations, at concerned citizens para sa distribusyon ng mga kagamitang pampagkatuto at sa pagtatalaga ng drop center. Paano po namin masisiguro ang kalidad ng pagtuturo sa ganitong setup? Ang paglikha ng DELCT ng DepEd ay isang patunay na ginagawa ng kagawaran ang mga nararapat na paraan upang hindi masakripisyo ang pagkatuto ng inyong anak sa kabila ng pinagdadaanang pandemya. Katulong ang mga tanggapang pangrehiyon at pangsangay, gayon din ang mga paaralan. Lumikha ang DepEd ng iba't ibang kagamitang pampagtuturo na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng inyong mga anak. Gaano kahanda ang mga guro at ang paaralan upang masiguro ang pagkatuto at kaligtasan ng aking anak? Sa kabila ng pandemya, ginanap ang Brigada Eskwela kung saan ang focus ng programa ay para sa paghahandang gagawin ng mga paaralan para sa darating na school year gaya ng mga sumusunod. Siguraduhing ligtas ang mga paaralan sa banta ng COVID-19. Maghahanda ang bawat paaralan ng mga kagamitang pamproteksyon gaya ng thermal scanner, hand sanitizing equipment, at mga kagamitang pang-disinfectant, face masks, bitamina para sa mga guro at mag-aaral at iba pa. At magsasagawa ng oryentasyon sa mga magulang kaugnay sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon at kung anong paghahanda ang ginagawa upang matiyak ang edukasyon at kaligtasan ng inyong anak. Kailan ako dapat makipag-ugnayan sa guro o paaralan kaugnay sa pag-aaral ng aking anak? Iminumungkahi po ang madalas na pakikipag-ugnayan sa paaralan at sa mga guro ng inyong anak, maaaring sa pamamagitan ng tawag, text message, messenger, email, o pasabi sa barangay kaugnay sa pagkuha at pagsusumite ng mga module. Palaging itanong sa kanila ang mga pangangailangang pang-akademiko at maging ang pag-unlad ng pagkatuto ng anak at sa pagsasagawa ng mga nakatakdang gawain sa bahay. Bukod sa paggabay sa aking anak sa pagkatuto, ano pa ang maitutulong ko sa kanyang pag-aaral? Kayo po ay hinihikayat na maging mapagmasid sa pag-aaral ng inyong anak upang kaagad na matugunan ang suliranin sa kanyang pagkatuto. Itala lamang ang inyong obserbasyon at mga tanong ng anak kaugnay sa pinag-aaralang module at isang guni o ibahagi sa guro ang mga naobserbahang pagbabago sa pagkatuto ng anak. Maaari bang gamitin ng aking anak ang lahat ng modality sa kanyang pagkatuto? Opo, ang mga iba't ibang modality ay nailatag upang magamit ng mag-aaral kung ano ang pinakaangkop na pagkatuto para sa kanyang sitwasyon. Ang mahalaga, natatamo ng mag-aaral ang kasanayang dapat matutuhan sa isang partikular na aralin. Mabibigyan ba ang aking anak ng pagkakataong tapusin ang mga module na hindi niya natapos? Opo, maaaring mabigyan po ang inyong anak ng pagkakataong tapusin ang module kung may sapat at katanggap-tanggap na dahilan kung bakit hindi niya naipasa sa takdang oras ang gawain. Makipag-ugnayan lamang po kayo kaagad sa guro ng inyong anak at sabihin ang dahilan kung bakit hindi niya naipasa ang pangangailangang gawain. Kung nagkataong walang kuryente sa oras na dapat manood ang aking anak para sa kanyang leksyon, paano niya matututuhan ng aralin? Huwag po kayong mag-alala. May mga nakalimbag na module na maaaring gamitin na hindi nangangailangan ng teknolohiya o kuryente. Maaari ding makakuha ng link o file ng mga angkop na digitized materials sa kanyang guro. Kinakailangan lamang na maiparating sa madaling panahon ang sitwasyon sa kanyang guro upang mabigyan ng ibang paraan ang pagkatuto ng mag-aaral. Maaari ko bang maanyayahan ang kanyang guro sa aming bahay kung may aralin na hindi kayang sagutin? Maaari po. Kung may aralin na hindi kayang sagutin, maaaring isangguni muna sa guro upang makapagbigay siya ng ibang interbensyon at hindi na niya kailangang pumunta sa inyong bahay. Subalit, kung sadyang kailangan at hindi maiiwasan ng home learning sessions ay marapat na gawin ito sa araw na may pasok or school days at kailangang sumunod ang bawat panig sa protocol na itinakda ng DOH at IATF. Paano kung wala akong sapat na kasanayan upang tulungan ang aking anak sa kanyang pag-aaral? Huwag pong mabahala. Isangguni o ipaalam sa guro upang mas mapaigting ang pagsubaybay ng guro sa inyong anak. Maaaring magpatulong sa iba pang miyembro ng pamilya, kamag-anak, kapitbahay, malapit na kaibigan ng pamilya o kabarangay. Anong tulong o gabay ang maaaring ilapit o isangguni sa mga opisyal ng barangay kaugnay sa pag-aaral ng aking anak? Maaari pong lapitan ang barangay health workers, barangay poso, barangay kagawad na nakatalaga sa edukasyon, at community facilitators upang mamahala sa paghahatid at pagkuha ng mga module. Ang anumang usaping pangkalusugan ng mag-aaral ay maaari ring isangguni sa mga barangay health center. Makakatulong din ang pagkakaroon ng hotlines para sa mas mabilis at organisadong pagbibigay ng mga module. Narito naman po ang mga impormasyon tungkol sa kindergarten. Ano ang gagamitin ng aking anak na nasa kindergarten? Narito po. May nakahandang kindergarten activity sheets mula sa BASA Pilipinas at mga nakalimbag o printed at naka-digital na forma ng self-learning module na ginawa para sa kindergarten upang gamitin. May mga aralin din na naka-video at naka-audio at mga interaktibong gawain gaya ng awitin, rima, tula at play-based na gawain. Mayroon pang karagdagang activity sheets na inihanda kaugnay sa programang Aral sa Bahay ang Rehiyon. Paano ako makakatulong sa pagtuturo ng aking anak na nasa kindergarten? Ito po ay sa pamamagitan ng mga sumusunod. Sa bawat module ay may mga paraan kung paano ituturo ang aralin. Magkakaroon din kayo ng webinar upang magabayan ang inyong anak sa pagkatuto. Lilikha din ang guro ng chat group upang ipaabot at maturuan ang mga magulang sa wastong gawain at pamamaraan. Magkakaroon din tayo ng tulong mula sa radyo at telebisyon para sa RTV-based na pagtuturo. Paano naman ang mother tongue? Iba ang mother tongue ng aking anak sa early grade, hindi Ilocano o Pangasinan. May module bang aakma sa kanya? Huwag pong mag-alala dahil, opo, kailangan lamang na isangguni o ipaalam kaagad sa paaralang papasukan ng inyong anak upang mabigyan ng agarang solusyon ang bagay na ito. Paano naman sa SPED or Special Education? Ano ang gagamitin ng mga mag-aaral na may kapansanan? May mga kagamitan tulad ng self-learning modules, TV clips, videos, online materials, braille, at mga pamamaraan sa pagsasanay ng kumpas o sign language na pwedeng gamitin na angkop sa kanilang mga kapansanan o pangangailangan. Paano namin maaalagaan ang mental health at well-being ng aming mga anak sa ganitong panahon? Maaari pong gawin ang mga sumusunod. ang pagtatakda ng mga gawaing nakatutulong upang maiwasan ang pagbababad sa computer. Maaari din ang pagbibigay ng iba't ibang gawain at pagtatakda ng pagsasagawa. Magkaroon lamang po tayo ng malawak na pangunawa at pagpapakita ng kalinga at pagmamahal. Pakikisali din sa iba't ibang webinar kaugnay rito ay maaaring makatulong. At syempre, wastong paggabay at pagiging huwarang magulang at guro. Narito naman ang mga impormasyon para sa Alternative Learning System or ALS. Paano po maipapamahagi ang ALS modules kung wala pong face-to-face? Sino ang kukuha at saan ito kukunin? Magkakaroon po ng lingguhang anunsyo sa mga CLCs or Community Learning Centers sa barangay at paaralan para sa schedule ng pagkuha o pamamahagi at pagsusumite ng module. Dito rin malalaman ang mga karagdagang gabay o instruksyon kaugnay sa pag-aaral. Mangyaring makipag-ugnayan sa guro o paaralan kaugnay sa usaping ito. Ano po ang unang requirement bago makapag-enroll sa ALS program? Narito po. Ang mag-aaral na nagnanais magpatuloy sa ALS ay kinakailangang dumaan sa Functional Literacy Test upang mataya ng guro kung saang level magsisimula ang guro sa interbensyong ibibigay. Paano isasagawa ang learning intervention sa mga ALS learners? Ganito po. Ang ALS mobile teacher ay gagamit ng ilang paraan upang mabigyan ng sapat na gabay ang kanyang mga mag-aaral. Maliban sa mga module na gagamitin, maaaring makipag-ugnayan sa pamamagitan ng cellphone, gaya ng tawag, text, chat, o video call. Kung walang budget, gagawa ng liham ang mag-aaral sa kanyang guro upang iparating ang anumang usapin kaugnay sa kanyang pag-aaral. Ang liham ay maaaring ilagak at kukunin sa mga CLCs or Community Learning Centers. Para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring sumangguni lamang sa DepEd Order No. 12 Series of 2020 at DepEd Order No. 17 Series of 2020. At iyan na po ang mga karagdagang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Muli, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Ramdam po namin ang inyong mga pinagdaraanan, ngunit naniniwala kami na sa ating pagtutulungan, maisusulong natin ang edukalidad. Ako po si Sir Dexter, maraming salamat sa panonood at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Magandang araw! Kamusta po kayong lahat? Ako po ang inyong lingkod, Teacher Rocky, na maghahatid sa inyo ng impormasyon tungkol sa panukalang stratehiya sa pagpapatupad ng distance learning delivery modalities sa panuraang taong 2020-2021. Ang video ito ay handog po sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Kaya tara at ating alamin ang mga impormasyong ito.
Magkakaroon ba ng face-to-face na pag-aaral sa taong 2020-2021? Ayon sa Pangulo, walang magaganap na face-to-face na pagtuturo hanggat walang magagamit na bakuna laban sa COVID-19. Nakasaad ito sa DepEd Memorandum, Curriculum Instruction Series of 2020, No. 162. Kung sakaling magkakaroon na ng bakuna, agad bang ipatutupad ang pag-aaral na face-to-face? Ganito po, kapag nagkaroon na ng bakuna, Ang mga magulang at mag-aaral ang magpapasya kung ipagpapatuloy pa rin nila ang pag-aaral sa distance learning. Maaari din kasi itong ipagpatuloy basta't nakasisigurong may magtuturo at gagabay sa kanilang pag-aaral sa loob ng tahanan. Ano ang distance learning? Ang distance learning ay tumutukoy sa sumusunod. Number 1, modular distance learning na kung saan ito ay maaaring digital modular distance learning o set modular distance learning. Number 2, online distance learning. Number 3, television video radio-based instruction na may tatlong kategorya: TV video self-learning module-based, TV video most essential learning competencies map, at radio-based instruction. Number 4, blended distance learning. Ano ang modular distance learning? Ang modular distance learning ay modality na maaaring digital modular distance learning o printed modular distance learning. Sino ang maaaring sumailalim sa digital modular distance learning o printed modular distance learning? Ganito po, ang mga mag-aaral na mayroong kagamitan sa bahay tulad ng laptop, desktop, o tablet ay maaaring sumailalim sa digital modular distance learning. Gagamitin ang self-learning modules na nasa digital formats gaya ng flat PDF, educational video, audio lessons, electronic self-learning modules, at iba pang maaaring ikopya or ilagay sa CD, DVD, USB flash drive o pen drive. Printed self-learning modules naman ang gagamitin ng mag-aaral na nasa printed modular distance learning. Maaari bang magkaroon ng online distance learning? Maaari po. Maaaring ipatupad ito sa mga paaralan kung saan ang mga guro at mag-aaral ay mayroong digital devices gaya ng laptops, tablets, smartphones, at desktop computer na may internet connection. Hahayaan ba naming naka-online ng 8 oras ang aming anak para sa kanyang online classes? Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Ikukonsidera ang screen time guidelines kada edad. Batay sa rekomendasyon ng American Academy for Pediatrics at World Health Organization, iminumungkahi ang sumusunod. Para sa kindergarten, pinakamahaba na ang 1 oras sa isang araw. Para naman sa grade 1 to 5, pinakamahaba na ang 1 oras at kalahati sa isang araw. Para sa grade 6 to 8, pinakamahaba na ang 2 oras sa isang araw. At para naman sa grade 9 to 12, pinakamahaba na ang 4 na oras sa loob ng isang araw na kung saan 2 oras sa umaga at 2 oras naman sa hapon. Saan isasagawa ang implementasyon ng television radio-based instruction? Ang television radio-based instruction ay ipatutupad sa mga lugar na may access sa television network at radio station na makatutulong sa pagsasahimpapawid ng programa ng DepEd TV radio-based lessons. Paano malalaman kung kailan magkakaroon ng pag-aaral sa TV radio-based instruction? Magbibigay ang paaralan ng schedule sa mga mag-aaral, gayon din sa mga magulang, at learning facilitators para sa broadcast schedule ng pag-aaral. Ang mag-aaral ay manunood ng educational TV program at makikinig sa radio program na pinamumunuan ng DepEd. Ano naman ang blended distance learning? Ang blended distance learning ay kombinasyon ng alinman sa mga subcategory ng distance learning. Ang kombinasyong ito ay maaari, ngunit hindi limitado sa online distance learning at printed modular distance learning, online distance learning at digital modular distance learning, online distance learning at television video self-learning module-based, online distance learning at television video most essential learning competencies mapped, modular distance learning at television video self-learning module-based, modular distance learning at television video most essential learning competencies map, at iba pa.
At yan po ang mga katanungan at kasagutan hinggil sa usaping pang-edukasyon para sa panorang taong 2020-2021. Muli, ito po si Teacher Rocky. Maraming salamat. Nawa ang video ito ay nakatulong sa ating lahat. Sama-sama po tayo sa pagpapatupad nito at sama-sama rin tayo sa pagsulong ng edukalidad.
Ang distance learning ba ang tanging gagamiting learning delivery modality? Ang distance learning modality na pinili at napagpasyahang gamitin ng bawat paaralan ay maaaring mabago kung kinakailangan at posible batay sa, ngunit hindi limitado sa sumusunod. Mga protocol sa kalusugan at pisikal na paglayo at iba pang patnubay na itinalaga ng kani-kanilang lugar. Pagkakaroon ng pampublikong sasakyan. Pagbabago sa kalagayang pangkalusugan ng mag-aaral. Mga nakitang kakulangan ng learning delivery modality base sa resulta ng isinagawang pagtataya sa mag-aaral. Mga indikasyon ng pagpapabaya at pang-aabuso sa ginamit na modalidad mula sa pagmumonitor at pagbisita sa bahay. Man sa napiling learning modality, maaari bang gumamit ng iba pang learning materials mula sa ibang source? Hanggat maaari, ang pangunahing gagamitin sa pagkatuto ay ang self-learning modules o tulong-aral na ginawa at nilinang ng kagawaran para sa implementasyon ng alternative delivery modes. Ang mga self-learning modules na ito ang pangunahing sanggunian sa paglikha ng iba't ibang panglilamang format gaya ng pero hindi limitado sa digital formats ng flat PDF at radio at iba pa. Ang mga ito ay i-upload sa Learning Resources Portal at DepEd Commons. Nakabatay lahat ang mga ito sa natukoy na most essential learning competencies o pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Ano ang gagawin sa mga mag-aaral na hindi nakatutugon sa itinakdang pangangailangan sa bawat paksang aralin? Maaaring mabigyan ng tulong gabay o interbensyon ang mga mag-aaral na hindi nakatutugon sa itinakdang pangangailangan sa bawat paksang aralin. Ang guro o inatasang tagapagdaloy ay kasama sa pagsubaybay at pagtatala ng pag-unlad ng bawat mag-aaral. Paano naman kung hindi makapaglaan ng oras ang mga magulang para matulungan at magabayan ang kanilang mga anak sa kanilang pag-aaral? Para sa mga mag-aaral na walang gumagabay sa kanilang pag-aaral, may mga guro o cluster learning facilitator na bibisita sa mga bahay habang sinusunod ang protocol ng social distancing. Basta't gawing bukas ang ugnayan sa guro sa pamamagitan ng text messages, phone or live chats o iba pang paraan ng komunikasyon upang sila'y magabayan at matulungan. Sino ang maaaring tumulong sa pag-aaral ng mga mag-aaral? Kung walang guro, maaaring sino mang membro ng pamilya at iba pang stakeholder na nasa komunidad o mga sinanay bilang tagapagdaloy ang maaaring tumulong sa pag-aaral ng mga mag-aaral. Sino ang magtatakda ng schedule ng mga mag-aaral? Ihahanda po ng paaralan ang weekly home learning plan at class program alinsunod sa iminungkahing screen time para sa mga mag-aaral. Gagamit ba ng iisang format ang guro sa paglalahad ng kanyang paksa? Ganito po ang kasagutan dyan. Maaaring ilahad ng guro ang kanyang mga paksa sa iba't ibang format batay sa kakayahan ng mag-aaral upang matugunan ang diverse learning profile ng mga mag-aaral batay sa kanilang pananaw at pangunawa ng impormasyon.
At yan po ang mga katanungan at kasagutan hinggil sa usaping pang-edukasyon para sa panorang taong 2020-2021. Muli, ito po si Teacher Rocky. Maraming salamat. Nawa ang video ito ay nakatulong sa ating lahat. Sama-sama po tayo sa pagpapatupad nito at sama-sama rin tayo sa pagsulong ng edu-kalidad.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat! Muling nagbabalik ang Department of Education Region 1 upang bigyan tayo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman kaugnay sa tinatawag na academic ease. Kapit lang bes, handa ka na ba? Heto na! Paano tayo nakatitiyak na ang pagtuturo ang siyang pangunahing pagtutuunan ng panahon ng mga guro? Sa kabila ng kasalukuyang sitwasyon, ang mga guro ay inaasahang gagawin ang lahat ng kaparaanan upang ang pagtuturo ay hindi nalalayo sa nakasanayang pag-aaral sa paaralan. Sa modular distance learning, printed man o digital, ang mga guro ay inaasahang gagawing interaktibo ang pagtuturo sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng iba't ibang social media platforms gaya ng Facebook, Messenger, Viber at iba pa. At upang magkaroon ng sapat na panahon ang guro kaugnay sa pagtuturo at pagkatuto ng kanyang mga mag-aaral, nilikha ng DepEd ang DepEd Order No. 32 o Guidelines on the Engagement of Service of Learning Support Aids to reinforce the implementation of BELCP in time of COVID-19 pandemic, kung saan ang Schools Division Office at paaralan ay maaaring magbayad ng makakatulong sa paglilimbag ng mga modules maging sa distribusyon ng mga ito imbis na gawin pa ito ng mga guro. At iyan na po ang ilan sa mga impormasyong dapat nating malaman kaugnay sa tinatawag na academic ease. Maging updated sa mga bagong impormasyon at kaganapan mula sa DepEd Region 1. Mag-subscribe sa official YouTube channel ng CLMD Region 1, Curriculum Matters. At i-like and follow ang CLMD Region 1 official Facebook page, CLMD Region 1. Maraming salamat po sa panonood at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Ako ito. Ang aking mga paa ay walang pagundang nagpapatuloy sa bawat pag-abang. Bako-bako man ang daanan. Ilang kalsada pa ba ang aking lakarin? Ako ito. Ang aking maayon sa agos ng tubig sa ilog sa tuwing aking mapagtatanto ang nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Ilang ilog pa ba ang dapat bebayin? Ako ito. Ang aking mga Ako ito. Ang aking mga paa ay walang pagundang nagpapatuloy sa bawat pag-abang. Bako-bako man ang daanan. Ilang kalsada pa ba ang aking lalakarin? Ako ito. Ang aking isip ay tila umaayon sa agos ng tubig sa ilog sa tuwing aking mapagtatanto. Ang nangyayari sa kaluyan. Dapat babayin ako ito. Ang aking mga mata ay nakatuon sa haba ng tulay na aking binabagtas. Tulay na siyang nagbibigay kulay sa aking paglalakbay. Ilang tulay pa kaya ang aking tatawirin? Halika at samahan mo ako sa aking kwento, sa aking makabuluhang paglalakbay.
Simpleng pamumuhay aking pagmamahal sa sinumpaang tungkulin at sa iyo na aking inspirasyon sa pagkamit ng adhikain. Kahit ilang sagwan pa ang ikakampay sa tubig ilog, maiahon ka lang sa kamangmangan. Ikaw nga, bako-bako man ang daan na susuungin gaya ng mga pagsubok na kinakaharap sa usaping pang-edukasyon. Magpapatuloy ako sa paghakbang ng aking mga paa. Sa huli, aking matatanaw ang iyong tagumpay. Gaano man kahaba ang kalsadang lalakaran patungo sa iyo, buong lakas kong gagawin. Napahinto man pansamantala ang dating nakagawian at tila tayo ay nakikiayon na sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon. Hindi pa rin maikakaila na singlakas ng daloy ng tubig sa ilog ang agos ng ating pangunawa sa pangyayari. Singhaba ng kalsada ang paghakbang natin tungo sa minimiting pangarap at singtibay ng tulay ang ating pananampalataya na malalakasan din natin ang bawat hamon ng buhay. Tayo ang magpapatuloy ng ating kwento. Tayo ang bubuo sa ating mga pangarap. Tulad ng tubig sa ilog, malinaw ang ating ngitian. Tulad ng kalsada,
Standing proud and evergreen in the middle of the gateway to the north is our valiant mother who cradled freedom fighters such as Andres Malo and Juan de la Cruz Palaris. These local heroes won the battle against the Spaniards in Binalatongan back in 1762. Known for her fertile lands, she flourishes in the bamboo craft industry and mango agriculture, thus making her the mango bamboo capital of the Philippines. A jack of all trades, she also excels in livestock, crop production, inland fishing, pottery, food processing, tourism, and commerce. Rich in history and architecture, she flaunts historical landmarks such as the 400-year-old St. Dominic Church and the Speaker Eugenio Perez decade-old acacia tree. She has fallen many times, burned down but never broken, just bent by the ferocious winds of change. But just like the bamboo she is known for, she remains resolute and strong, tall and proud. She is San Carlos City, stalwart and true evermore. And to reflect in retrospect on the recent world changer that is the COVID-19 pandemic, San Carlos City has no doubt taken the heavy brunt of its complications. From the health sector to the socio-economic aspect to the education front, San Carlos City may have suffered blows, but she proves to be resilient nonetheless. And now that the opening of school year 2020 to 2021 is looming and is about to begin, the education sector is now taking the lead in dealing with the pandemic.
Bilang magulang po na nag-aaral po ang aking anak, mga anak, patuloy ko po na susuportahan ang guidelines ng ating DepEd. At the same time po, gusto kong itulong sa kanila yung maaaring gawin ng mga bata na sila ay makakapag-aral.
That is why, amidst the country's ongoing battle with COVID-19, the San Carlos City Division Office continues its service in the education front, fully equipped with educational resources and manpower, ready to serve the San Carlinians through various learning modalities. Face-to-face classes are no longer the main mode of transmitting knowledge. With this, the Schools Division Office of San Carlos sees to it the different possibilities and strategies when it comes to the delivery of learning. Because the Schools Division Office of San Carlos places high premium on the health and safety of the San Carlinian learners.
Together with that and San Carlos City, together with all of the officials of our education sector, we plan and prepare. We are already preparing for the purchase of machines for the use of for the printing of modular items to be used by our students, and we are also preparing for the procurement of all of the radio transmitters that would be required by DepEd. With that po, ang San Carlos City local government is in full support of DepEd, of our parents, and most especially our students.
The Schools Division of San Carlos City rises up with the steadfast advocacy to meet the expectations of the challenge posited by Dr. Leonor Magtolis Briones. Armed with the information gathered through a massive survey of the populace, and with the resolute guidance of the new Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes Di Servito, Schools Division Office of San Carlos City launches the model program.
Find yourself on the module. Because we're combining modular and e-learning.
The model stands for Modular and Electronic Learning. With this flexible and inclusive learning modality, each child is assured of modules to use in all learning areas, combined with digitized instructional materials that can be accessed online or offline using any electronic device the child has. It is a convenient and seemingly personalized modality that suits the needs of all learners. In the Learning Continuity Plan, several surveys were conducted by the division primarily to determine the level of preparedness of the learners and school personnel. Out of the 94 schools surveyed, 67 preferred modular learning, 10 prefer online learning, while 17 prefer a combination of both. Through the use of activities, worksheets, and strategic intervention materials, teachers are able to enhance learning experience.
Moreover, they are also trained to create open educational resources materials. Through careful consideration and analysis of the survey data,
the division was able to point out areas and sectors that need further improvement and preparedness, helping expedite the institution of model. How do we do this? In distributing and retrieving the module, we need to follow this procedure. For modular distance learning, number 1, parents or guardians will get the modules and activity or answer sheets in the school or nearest barangay hall in their place. Number 2, parents or guardians will be given an orientation on the content of the modules for them to be guided on how to use it. Number 3, students will read all set concepts for the entire week and answer each activity of the modules. Number 4, parents will serve as teacher support staff in guiding the learners while answering the modules. Number 5, teachers will make a follow-up on students' progress of learning by means of communication channels such as text, call, and the like. In case the learners need further supervision, the teacher will go to their house and guide them in answering the modules. Teachers may do home visitation in extreme cases when the learners need the presence of teachers' class supervision and guidance in understanding the lesson and answering the modules. Number 6, parents will return the answered activity or answer sheets to the school for checking. Thus, parents shall follow the scheduled date. Number 7, if the learner met the desired learning competencies, the teacher will give comments or suggestions for enhancement through text, call, and other modes of communication. Number 8, if the learner did not meet the desired competencies, the teacher will give remediation and enrichment activities to the learners. Number 9, after successfully studying and accomplishing the activities in the modules, the parents will be given the next set of modules and the process shall be repeated. For electronic or online distance learning, number 1, teachers will serve as online learning facilitators who will be simulating an actual teaching scenario using cell phone, laptop, and desktop with the aid of internet. Number 2, the teacher will create a group chat including his or her students for them to have a means of communication. Number 3, the teacher will orient the learners whether synchronous or asynchronous learning will be used.
Buksan nyo lang yung mic nyo pag gusto nyo magsalita. You can raise your hand if you want to talk. And I will recognize you. Okay?
Number 4, for synchronous learning, both teachers and learners will be guided by the usual teaching and class program. The teacher will pass a link to the learners, which will be used for teaching via the Google Meet, MS Teams, or other applicable platforms. Number 5, the teacher will share his or her PowerPoint presentation and other instructional materials using the chosen platform. Number 6, if the learner met the expected learning competencies, the teacher can now give further instructions for the next lessons. Number 7, if the learner did not meet the desired learning competencies, the teacher will give the learner the needed remediation or enrichment activities through the learning management system to keep private conversation regarding the lesson. Number 8, for synchronous learning, the teacher will make sure that all the learners have been registered to the online classroom or learning management system using the chosen platform like Moodle, Google Classroom, and Edmoodle. Number 9, the teacher will orient the learners about LMS for them to have an idea as to how it will be utilized in the group chat. Number 10, learning management system will serve as the discussion venue of the teachers and the learners, which can be used anytime. It is where the teaching and learning materials can be uploaded. Number 11, in asynchronous learning, The learners will be given a chance to cope up with the lessons or activities they missed during the synchronous learning based on their schedule. Number 12, after doing all the required online lessons and activities, the teachers and learners will proceed to the next set of lesson and activity and will follow the same process on the online learning. This program ensures that no San Carlinian learner will be left behind. At the end of the day, the only question remains, what drives the school's division office of San Carlos City to push forward? It is our commitment that drives us. It is our passion for work that moves us. And, with the careful and meticulous guidance of our school's division superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, it is our synergistic belief that us to weather this pandemic and see to it that education is best served to the thousand-fold learners of San Carlos City.
The learning modalities that we will use are not really one size fits all. To equip our learners with the most essential learning competencies, our teachers will need to use modalities. We are so thankful for the support of our local government unit. Our LGU has already allocated an amount of 4.5 million for the reproduction of our modules. We already have coordinated with the parents and other stakeholders with regards to the modalities that we will use in teaching. I hope that our learners and teachers will enjoy their journey to the new learning modality, the model modality, unique for San Carlos City Division. Happy teaching and enjoy learning.
Like a bamboo, we push forward because we do it out of love, the genuine love for a learner. For as long as there is a child willing to learn and willing to have a better life, the school's division office of San Carlos City will continue to grow and stand strong. Sulong Edukalidad, we rise as one. Para sa bata, para sa bayan.
"2020, a remarkable day to recognize and celebrate a new way of learning in a new normal way. We conquer, we grow, we develop, we nurture, and we support in the name of genuine service. Para sa bata, para sa bayan."
This is the tryout of Project Modal. The model stands for Modular and Electronic Learning. With this flexible and inclusive learning modality, each child is assured of modules to use in all learning areas, combined with digitized instructional materials that can be accessed online or offline using any electronic device the child has. It is a convenient and seemingly personalized modality that suits the needs of all learners. Out of 94 schools, both elementary and secondary, 3 schools were chosen to do the pilot testing.
And now, the division of San Carlos City, spearheaded by our very own Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes Sorbito, with the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Diosdado Cayabyab, CID Chief, Dr. Edita Prides, and SGOD Chief, Mr. Villamor Gloria. We'd like to acknowledge and recognize the men and women behind the success of Project Model. They are the backbone of every learners in achieving a continuous learning. We salute your commitment and service.
Central 1 Elementary School, Pilot Teacher, Ma'am Margie Beltran, Master Teacher 1. Support Staff, Ma'am Angeline Paliso, Sir Rocky de la Cruz, Ma'am Nikki Ann Castro, Ma'am Zinaida Parayawan, Ma'am Michelle Cancino, Ma'am Fidela Tamundong, Sir Juan Manzon, Sir Roger Valerio, Ma'am Casey Cayabyab, Ma'am Brenda Cayabyab, Ma'am Rodilyn Valerio, Sir Aldrin Pitaka, Ma'am Annalie Ilumin, and Ma'am Rodora Rivera, with Ma'am Arsenila Bautista, Head Teacher 3, and their Principal, Mr. Esmeraldo Canida. SEPNA's pilot teachers, Ma'am Carmelita Magleo, Master Teacher 2, Ma'am Arlina Beliara, Teacher 3. Support staff, Sir Bernard Rosario, Sir Alfie Bugayong, Sir Morrison Aquino, and Ma'am Raquel Garcia. With Head Teacher 3, Sir Eddie Cabatbat. Assistant School Principal 2, Dr. Lyndon Garcia. And School Principal 4, Dr. Martes Cabatbat. Turac National High School, Pilot Teachers, Ma'am Annalyn Tulagan, Master Teacher 2, Sir Lester Season, Teacher 1. Support staff, Sir Ray Aldicoa, Ma'am Jeneline Balajay, Sir Ryan James Cancino, Ma'am Arlene De Leon, Sir Joel Ferrer, Ma'am Mary Ann Nicolas, Sir Christopher Pagdanganan, Ma'am Rodessa Pagdanganan, Sir Rod Cyrus Payuran, Ma'am Irene Peralta, Ma'am Chiki May Quivelo, Sir Jonathan Quirante, Sir John Bernard Risngit, Ma'am Mary Jenny Rose Soto, Sir Isaiah Miguel Sobnet III, and Ma'am Bessie Valerio, with their principal, Dr. Rogelio de Guzman.
Indeed, we never stop doing our
Carlos, the sturdy bamboo, and Carlin, the sweet mango. The icons Carlos and Carlin are the symbols of Sun Carlinian learners. Carlos is the anthropomorphic sturdy male learner, dressed in polo and school shorts with a tablet in his right hand and with his left hand posing a thumbs up sign. Carlin is the anthropomorphic sweet female learner, dressed in white blouse and blue skirt with copies of learning modules in her left hand and with her right hand posting a thumbs up sign. The characters were derived from the two main agricultural products of the city, the bamboo and the mango. The sturdy and resilient bamboo symbolizes the strength and resiliency of the people of San Carlos City. The sweet mango symbolizes the cheerfulness and passion of every San Carlinian. To note, the uniform symbolizes the standards of education and compliance. The San Carlinians aim to meet the highest standards of education and comply with the requirements despite these trying times. The gloves, which protect the hands, symbolize the learner's total participation in learning activities. The SDO-SEC ensures the protection and well-being of the learners, teachers, and division personnel. The rubber shoes worn by the characters are thick yet flexible and light. These embody the milk and blended learning modalities, extensive and flexible, suited for the rough terrains caused by the pandemic. In addition, Carlos carries a tablet which symbolizes one of the learning modalities being employed by the SDO-SEC under the project model. The combination of modular instruction and the electronic learning. While Carlin holds modules which symbolize the other learning materials used in the preferred learning modality being employed by the SDO-SEC under the project model. The modular instruction completed with the use of online and offline resources. The two post thumbs up that signifies preparedness and willingness to learn despite the pandemic. Also, the approval and support of the stakeholders. The four bamboo leaves on the top of Carlos' head and the four folds of the ribbon bow on the top of Carlin's head represent the 4 quarters of the school year. In terms of their background, the community represents the various stakeholders who play significant roles in the education of children or learners. It involves the family, the school, the barangay council, and the other stakeholders. Thus, the community's support is vital to the learning continuity plan of the DepEd. Meanwhile, the TV antenna embodies the resourcefulness of the community in distance learning, and the two transmitter towers with flashing signals represent communication technology, which is the primary tool in distance learning. Lastly, the rising sun symbolizes hope and tomorrow, as reflected in the tagline, Handang Isip, Handa Bukas. With regards to their vibrant colors, namely yellow, which means joy, happiness, and optimism in the new normal. Green, which deals with health, vigor, and service. Dark blue, which represents integrity, knowledge. And pink, which symbolizes love and care.
Oh, andyan na pala kayo. Ako nga pala si Sir Dexter at narito ako ngayon upang bigyan kayo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Handa na ba kayo? Simulan na natin to! Bago ang lahat, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. At narito na ang ilan sa mga dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. May markahang pagsusulit ba ang aking anak? Paano ito gagawin? Ganito po, ang DepEd ay magbababa ng kaukulang patnubay kaugnay sa markahang pagsusulit na agad din namang ipapaalam sa mga mag-aaral at sa mga magulang. Bukod sa mga gawaing nasa module, may iba pa bang gawain na ibibigay sa aking anak? Ano ang gagawin sa mga ito? Opo, may ibibigay na activity sheets at karagdagang gawain ang guro na sasagutan ng inyong anak upang mataya ang natutunan niya sa bawat module na napag-aralan. Kailangang tipunin lang ang mga gawain ito at minsan ang ibibigay sa guro sa takdang oras ng paglikom. Sino ang magwawasto sa mga gawain sa module, karagdagang activity sheets at iba pang mga gawain? Ganito po yan. May mga gawain sa module na mismong mag-aaral ang maaaring magwasto sapagkat ang susing sagot ay matatagpuan sa dulo ng bawat module. Mangyaring paalalahanan lamang ang anak na maging tapat sa pagwawasto ng kanyang mga gawain upang matuto. Iwawasto ng guro ang ibang mga gawain sa module kasama ang karagdagang activity sheets. Bakit nasa module din ang susing sagot sa ilang mga gawain? Makikita natin ang ilang kasagutan sa mga gawain sa module upang mabigyan kaagad ng feedback ang learning facilitator o magulang sa suporta na kinakailangan ng mag-aaral. Mahalaga ito bilang paghahanda sa iba pang mga sasagutang activity sheets at gawain na ibibigay ng guro bilang pagtataya sa natamong kaalaman at kasanayan ng mag-aaral. Paano mabibigyan ng marka ang performance ng aking anak sa distance learning? Simple lamang po, titipunin ng mag-aaral ang mga gawain sa isang portfolio or e-portfolio at isusumite sa itinagdang araw ng paglikom. Susuriin at bibigyan ng guro ng karampatang marka ang bawat aktibidad na ginawa ng mag-aaral. Para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring dumulog lamang po sa ating DepEd Order No. 12, Series of 2020. Antabayanan ang susunod pang mga paalala mula sa DepEd Order No. 17, Series of 2020. At iyan na po ang ilan sa mga dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Muli, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Magtulungan po tayo upang malampasan natin ang pagsubok na ating pinagdadaanan. sama-sama po nating isulong ang edukalidad. Ako po si Sir Dexter. Maraming salamat sa panonood at mabuhay tayong lahat. Magandang araw po! Alam namin na marami kayong agam-agam tungkol sa kung ano nga ba ang mangyayari sa pasukan ngayong taon. Iyan po ang dahilan kung bakit ako naririto. Ako nga po pala si Sir Dexter, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Bago ang lahat, ang video ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. At narito na ang ilang bagay na dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. May bayad ba ang mga modules? Ang mga ADM modules o self-learning materials ay libre. Ang mga ito ay sadyang inihanda ng DepEd para sa mga mag-aaral ng walang bayad. Iwasan lamang na marumihan o mapunit ang bawat pahina ng module at kailangang gumamit ng hiwalay na sagutang papel. Paano matatanggap ng mga mag-aaral ang mga modules at activity sheets? Ganito po, ang mga paaralan ay may school learning continuity plans kung saan nakalatag ang gabay at proseso sa pamamahagi ng mga module o activity sheets na kakailanganin ng inyong anak. Tiyak na ito ay ipapaalam sa inyo bilang magulang o tagapag-alaga ng mag-aaral. Ang mga paaralan ay maaaring magpatulong sa barangay, local government units, non-government organizations, at concerned citizens para sa distribusyon ng mga kagamitang pampagkatuto at sa pagtatalaga ng drop center. Paano po namin masisiguro ang kalidad ng pagtuturo sa ganitong setup? Ang paglikha ng DELCT ng DepEd ay isang patunay na ginagawa ng kagawaran ang mga nararapat na paraan upang hindi masakripisyo ang pagkatuto ng inyong anak sa kabila ng pinagdadaanang pandemya. Katulong ang mga tanggapang pangrehiyon at pangsangay, gayon din ang mga paaralan. Lumikha ang DepEd ng iba't ibang kagamitang pampagtuturo na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng inyong mga anak. Gaano kahanda ang mga guro at ang paaralan upang masiguro ang pagkatuto at kaligtasan ng aking anak? Sa kabila ng pandemya, ginanap ang Brigada Eskwela kung saan ang focus ng programa ay para sa paghahandang gagawin ng mga paaralan para sa darating na school year gaya ng mga sumusunod. Siguraduhing ligtas ang mga paaralan sa banta ng COVID-19. Maghahanda ang bawat paaralan ng mga kagamitang pamproteksyon gaya ng thermal scanner, hand sanitizing equipment, at mga kagamitang pang-disinfectant, face masks, bitamina para sa mga guro at mag-aaral at iba pa. At magsasagawa ng oryentasyon sa mga magulang kaugnay sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon at kung anong paghahanda ang ginagawa upang matiyak ang edukasyon at kaligtasan ng inyong anak. Kailan ako dapat makipag-ugnayan sa guro o paaralan kaugnay sa pag-aaral ng aking anak? Iminumungkahi po ang madalas na pagkikipag-ugnayan sa paaralan at sa mga guro ng inyong anak, maaaring sa pamamagitan ng tawag, text message, messenger, email, o pasabi sa barangay kaugnay sa pagkuha at pagsusumite ng mga module. Palaging itanong sa kanila ang mga pangangailangang pang-akademiko at maging ang pag-unlad ng pagkatuto ng anak at sa pagsasagawa ng mga nakatakdang gawain sa bahay. Bukod sa paggabay sa aking anak sa pagkatuto, ano pa ang maitutulong ko sa kanyang pag-aaral? Kayo po ay hinihikayat na maging mapagmasid sa pag-aaral ng inyong anak upang kaagad na matugunan ang suliranin sa kanyang pagkatuto. Itala lamang bang gamitin ng aking anak ang lahat ng modality sa kanyang kanyang pagkatuto? Opo, ang mga iba't ibang modality ay nailatag upang magamit ng mag-aaral kung ano ang pinakaangkop na pagkatuto para sa kanyang sitwasyon. Ang mahalaga, natatamo ng mag-aaral ang kasanayang dapat matutuhan sa isang partikular na aralin. Mabibigyan ba ang aking anak ng pagkakataong tapusin ang mga module na hindi niya natapos? Opo, maaaring mabigyan po ang inyong anak ng pagkakataong tapusin ang module kung may sapat at katanggap-tanggap na dahilan kung bakit hindi niya naipasa sa takdang oras ang gawain. Makipag-ugnayan lamang po kayo kaagad sa guro ng inyong anak at sabihin ang dahilan kung bakit hindi niya naipasa ang pangangailangang gawain. Kung nagkataong walang kuryente sa oras na dapat manood ang aking anak para sa kanyang leksyon, paano niya matututuhan ng aralin? Huwag po kayong mag-alala. May mga nakalimbag na module na maaaring gamitin na hindi nangangailangan ng teknolohiya o kuryente. Maaari ding makakuha ng link o file ng mga angkop na digitized materials sa kanyang guro. Kinakailangan lamang na maiparating sa madaling panahon ang sitwasyon sa kanyang guro upang mabigyan ng ibang paraan ang pagkatuto ng mag-aaral. Maaari ko bang maanyayahan ng kanyang guro sa aming bahay kung may aralin na hindi kayang sagutin? Maaari po. Kung may aralin na hindi kayang sagutin, maaaring isangguni muna sa guro upang makapagbigay siya ng ibang interbensyon at hindi na niya kailangang pumunta sa inyong bahay. Subalit, kung sadyang kailangan at hindi maiiwasan ng home learning sessions, ay marapat na gawin ito sa araw na may pasok or school days at kailangang sumunod ang bawat panig sa protocol na itinakda ng DOH at IATF. Paano kung wala akong sapat na kasanayan upang tulungan ang aking anak sa kanyang pag-aaral? Huwag pong mabahala. Isangguni o ipaalam sa guro upang mas mapaigting ang pagsubaybay ng guro sa inyong anak. Maaaring magpatulong sa iba pang miyembro ng pamilya, kamag-anak, kapitbahay, malapit na kaibigan ng pamilya o kabarangay. Anong tulong o gabay ang maaaring ilapit o isangguni sa mga opisyal ng barangay kaugnay sa pag-aaral ng aking anak? Maaari pong lapitan ang barangay health workers, barangay poso, barangay kagawad na nakatalaga sa edukasyon, at community facilitators upang mamahala sa paghahatid at pagkuha ng mga module. Ang anumang usaping pangkalusugan ng mag-aaral ay maaari ring isangguni sa mga barangay health center. Makakatulong din ang pagkakaroon ng hotlines para sa mas mabilis at organisadong pagbibigay ng mga module. Narito naman po ang mga impormasyon tungkol sa kindergarten. Ano ang gagamitin ng aking anak na nasa kindergarten? Narito po. May nakahandang kindergarten activity sheets mula sa BASA Pilipinas at mga nakalimbag o printed at naka-digital na forma ng self-learning module na ginawa para sa kindergarten upang gamitin. May mga aralin din na naka-video at naka-audio at mga interaktibong gawain gaya ng awitin, rima, tula at play-based na gawain. Mayroon pang karagdagang activity sheets na inihanda kaugnay sa programang Aral sa Bahay ang Rehiyon. Paano ako makakatulong sa pagtuturo ng aking anak na nasa kindergarten? Ito po ay sa pamamagitan ng mga sumusunod. Sa bawat module ay may mga paraan kung paano ituturo ang aralin. Magkakaroon din kayo ng webinar upang magabayan ang inyong anak sa pagkatuto. Lilikha din ang guro ng chat group upang ipaabot at maturuan ang mga magulang sa wastong gawain at pamamaraan. Magkakaroon din tayo ng tulong mula sa radyo at telebisyon para sa RTV-based na pagtuturo. Paano naman ang mother tongue? Iba ang mother tongue ng aking anak sa early grade, hindi Ilocano o Pangasinan. May module bang aakma sa kanya? Huwag pong mag-alala dahil opo, kailangan lamang na isangguni o ipaalam kaagad sa paaralang papasukan ng inyong anak upang mabigyan ng agarang solusyon ang bagay na ito. Paano naman sa SPED or Special Education? Ano ang gagamitin ng mga mag-aaral na may kapansanan? May mga kagamitan tulad ng self-learning modules, TV clips, videos, online materials, braille, at mga pamamaraan sa pagsasanay ng kumpas o sign language na pwedeng gamitin na angkop sa kanilang mga kapansanan o pangangailangan. Paano namin maaalagaan ang mental health at well-being ng aming mga anak sa ganitong panahon? Maaari pong gawin ang mga sumusunod. Ang pagtatakda ng mga gawaing nakatutulong upang maiwasan ang pagbababad sa computer. Maaari din ang pagbibigay ng iba't ibang gawain at pagtatakda ng pagsasagawa. Magkaroon lamang po tayo ng malawak na pangunawa at pagpapakita ng kalinga at pagmamahal. Pakikisali din sa iba't ibang webinar kaugnay rito ay maaaring makatulong. At syempre, wastong paggabay at pagiging huwarang magulang at guro. Narito naman ang mga impormasyon para sa Alternative Learning System or ALS. Paano po maipapamahagi ang ALS modules kung wala pong face-to-face? Sino ang kukuha at saan ito kukunin? Magkakaroon po ng lingguhang anunsyo sa mga CLCs or Community Learning Centers sa barangay at paaralan para sa schedule ng pagkuha o pamamahagi at pagsusumite ng module. Dito rin malalaman ang mga karagdagang gabay o instruksyon kaugnay sa pag-aaral. Mangyaring makipag-ugnayan sa guro o paaralan kaugnay sa usaping ito. Ano po ang unang requirement bago makapag-enroll sa ALS program? Narito po. Ang mag-aaral na nagnanais magpatuloy sa ALS ay kinakailangang dumaan sa Functional Literacy Test upang mataya ng guro kung saang level magsisimula ang guro sa interbensyong ibibigay. Paano isasagawa ang learning intervention sa mga ALS learners? Ganito po. Ang ALS Mobile Teacher ay gagamit ng ilang paraan upang mabigyan ng sapat na gabay ang kanyang mga mag-aaral. Maliban sa mga module na gagamitin, maaaring makipag-ugnayan sa pamamagitan ng cellphone, gaya ng tawag, text, chat, o video call. Kung walang budget, gagawa ng liham ang mag-aaral sa kanyang guro upang iparating ang anumang usapin kaugnay sa kanyang pag-aaral. Ang liham ay maaaring ilagak at kukunin sa mga CLCs or Community Learning Centers. Para sa mga karagdagang impormasyon, mangyaring sumangguni lamang sa DepEd Order No. 12 Series of 2020 at DepEd Order No. 17 Series of 2020. At iyan na po ang mga karagdagang impormasyong dapat nating malaman bilang paghahanda sa darating na pasukan. Muli, ang videong ito ay hatid sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Ramdam po namin ang inyong mga pinagdaraanan, ngunit naniniwala kami na sa ating pagtutulungan, maisusulong natin ang edukalidad. Ako po si Sir Dexter, maraming salamat sa panonood at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Magandang araw! Kamusta po kayong lahat? Ako po ang inyong lingkod, Teacher Rocky, na maghahatid sa inyo ng impormasyon tungkol sa panukalang stratehiya sa pagpapatupad ng distance learning delivery modalities sa panaraang taong 2020-2021. Ang videong ito ay handog po sa atin ng Department of Education, Region 1. Kaya tara at ating alamin ang mga impormasyong ito.
Magkakaroon ba ng face-to-face na pag-aaral sa taong 2020-2021? Ayon sa Pangulo, walang magaganap na face-to-face na pagtuturo hanggat walang magagamit na bakuna laban sa COVID-19. Nakasaad ito sa DepEd Memorandum, Curriculum Instruction Series of 2020, No. 162. Kung sakaling magkakaroon na ng bakuna, agad bang ipatutupad ang pag-aaral na face-to-face? Ganito po, kapag nagkaroon na ng bakuna, ang mga magulang at mag-aaral ang magpapasya kung ipagpapatuloy pa rin nila ang pag-aaral sa distance learning. Maaari din kasi itong ipagpatuloy basta't nakasisigurong may magtuturo at gagabay sa kanilang pag-aaral sa loob ng tahanan. Ano ang distance learning? Ang distance learning ay tumutukoy sa sumusunod. Number 1, Modular distance learning na kung saan ito ay maaaring digital modular distance learning o printed modular distance learning. Number 2, online distance learning. Number 3, television video radio-based instruction na may tatlong kategorya: TV video self-learning module-based, TV video most essential learning competencies map, at radio-based instruction. Number 4, blended distance learning. Ano ang modular distance learning? Ang modular distance learning ay modality na maaaring digital modular distance learning o printed modular distance learning. Sino ang maaaring sumailalim sa digital modular distance learning o printed modular distance learning? Ganito po, ang mga mag-aaral na mayroong kagamitan sa bahay tulad ng laptop, desktop, o tablet ay maaaring sumailalim sa digital modular distance learning. Gagamitin ang self-learning modules na nasa digital formats gaya ng flat PDF, educational video, audio lessons, electronic self-learning modules, at iba pang maaaring ikopya or ilagay sa CD, DVD, USB flash drive o pen drive. Printed self-learning modules naman ang gagamitin ng mag-aaral na nasa printed modular distance learning. Maaari bang magkaroon ng online distance learning? Maaari po. Maaaring ipatupad ito sa mga paaralan kung saan ang mga guro at mag-aaral ay mayroong digital devices gaya ng laptops, tablets, smartphones, at desktop computer na may internet connection. Hahayaan ba naming naka-online ng 8 oras ang aming anak para sa kanyang online classes? Huwag po kayong mag-alala. Ikukonsidera ang screen time guidelines kada edad. Batay sa rekomendasyon ng American Academy for Pediatrics at World Health Organization, iminumungkahi ang sumusunod. Para sa kindergarten, pinakamahaba na ang 1 oras sa isang araw. Para naman sa grade 1 to 5, pinakamahaba na ang 1 oras at kalahati sa isang araw. Para sa grade 6 to 8, pinakamahaba na ang 2 oras sa isang araw. At para naman sa grade 9 to 12, pinakamahaba na ang 4 na oras sa loob ng isang araw na kung saan 2 oras sa umaga at 2 oras naman sa hapon. Saan isasagawa ang implementasyon ng television radio-based instruction? Ang television radio-based instruction ay ipatutupad sa mga lugar na may access sa television network at radio station na makatutulong sa pagsasahimpapawid ng programa ng DepEd TV radio-based lessons. Paano malalaman kung kailan magkakaroon ng pag-aaral sa TV radio-based instruction? Magbibigay ang paaralan ng schedule sa mga mag-aaral, gayon din sa mga magulang, at learning facilitators para sa broadcast schedule ng pag-aaral. Ang mag-aaral ay manunood ng educational TV program at makikinig sa radio program na pinamumunuan ng DepEd. Ano naman ang blended distance learning? Ang blended distance learning ay kombinasyon ng alinman sa mga subcategory ng distance learning. Ang kombinasyong ito ay maaari, ngunit hindi limitado sa online distance learning at printed modular distance learning, online distance learning at digital modular distance learning, online distance learning at television video self-learning module-based, online distance learning at television video most essential learning competencies mapped, modular distance learning at television video self-learning module-based, modular distance learning at television video most essential learning competencies map, at iba pa.
At yan po ang mga katanungan at kasagutan hinggil sa usaping pang-edukasyon para sa panorang taong 2020-2021. Muli, ito po si Teacher Rocky. Maraming salamat. Nawa ang video ito ay nakatulong sa ating lahat. Sama-sama po tayo sa pagpapatupad nito at sama-sama rin tayo sa pagsulong ng edu-kalidad.
Ang distance learning ba ang tanging gagamiting learning delivery modality? Ang distance learning modality na pinili at napagpasyahang gamitin ng bawat paaralan ay maaaring mabago kung kinakailangan at posible batay sa, ngunit hindi limitado sa sumusunod. Mga protocol sa kalusugan at pisikal na paglayo at iba pang patnubay na itinalaga ng kani-kanilang lugar. Pagkakaroon ng pampublikong sasakyan. Pagbabago sa kalagayang pangkalusugan ng mag-aaral. Mga nakitang kakulangan ng learning delivery modality base sa resulta ng isinagawang pagtataya sa mag-aaral. Mga indikasyon ng pagpapabaya at pang-aabuso sa ginamit na modalidad mula sa pag-monitor at pagbisita sa bahay. Man sa napiling learning modality, maaari bang gumamit ng iba pang learning materials mula sa ibang source? Hangga't maaari, ang pangunahing gagamitin sa pagkatuto ay ang self-learning modules o tulong-aral na ginawa at nilinang ng kagawaran para sa implementasyon ng alternative delivery modes. Ang mga self-learning modules na ito ang pangunahing sanggunian sa paglikha ng iba't ibang pangnilalamang format gaya ng, pero hindi limitado sa digital formats ng flat PDF at electronic self-learning module, video pang-edukasyon, radio at iba pa. Ang mga ito ay i-upload sa Learning Resources Portal at DepEd Commons. Nakabatay lahat ang mga ito sa natukoy na most essential learning competencies o pinakamahalagang kasanayang pampagkatuto. Ano ang gagawin sa mga mag-aaral na hindi nakatutugon sa itinakdang pangangailangan sa bawat paksang aralin? Maaaring mabigyan ng tulong gabay o interbensyon ang mga mag-aaral na hindi nakatutugon sa itinakdang pangangailangan sa bawat paksang aralin. Ang guro o inatasang tagapagdaloy ay kasama sa pagsubaybay at pagtatala ng pag-unlad ng bawat mag-aaral. Paano naman kung hindi makapaglaan ng oras ang mga magulang para matulungan at magabayan ang kanilang mga anak sa kanilang pag-aaral? Para sa mga mag-aaral na walang gumagabay sa kanilang pag-aaral, may mga guro o cluster learning facilitator na bibisita sa mga bahay habang sinusunod ang protocol ng social distancing. Basta't gawing bukas ang ugnayan sa guro sa pamamagitan ng text messages, phone or live chats o iba pang paraan ng komunikasyon upang sila'y magabayan at matulungan. Sino ang maaaring tumulong sa pag-aaral ng mga mag-aaral? Kung walang guro, maaaring sino mang membro ng pamilya at iba pang stakeholder na nasa komunidad o mga sinanay bilang tagapagdaloy ang maaaring tumulong sa pag-aaral ng mga mag-aaral. Sino ang magtatakda ng schedule ng mga mag-aaral? Ihahanda po ng paaralan ang weekly home learning plan at class program alinsunod sa iminungkahing screen time para sa mga mag-aaral. Gagamit ba ng iisang form ang guro sa paglalahad ng kanyang paksa? Ganito po ang kasagutan dyan. Maaaring ilahad ng guro ang kanyang mga paksa sa iba't ibang format batay sa kakayahan ng mag-aaral upang matugunan ang diverse learning profile ng mga mag-aaral batay sa kanilang pananaw at pangunawa ng impormasyon.
At yan po ang mga katanungan at kasagutan hinggil sa usaping pang-edukasyon para sa panorang taong 2020-2021. Muli, ito po si Teacher Rocky. Maraming salamat. Nawa ang videong ito ay nakatulong sa ating lahat. Sama-sama po tayo sa pagpapatupad nito at sama-sama rin tayo sa pagsulong ng edu-kalidad.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat! Muling nagbabalik ang Department of Education Region 1 upang bigyan tayo ng ilang impormasyong dapat nating malaman kaugnay sa tinatawag na academic ease. Kapit lang bes, handa ka na ba? Heto na! Paano tayo nakatitiyak na ang pagtuturo ang siyang pangunahing pagtutuunan ng panahon ng mga guro? Sa kabila ng kasalukuyang sitwasyon, ang mga guro ay inaasahang gagawin ang lahat ng kaparaanan upang ang pagtuturo ay hindi nalalayo sa nakasanayang pag-aaral sa paaralan. Sa modular distance learning, printed man o digital, ang mga guro ay inaasahang gagawing interaktibo ang pagtuturo sa pamamagitan ng paggamit ng iba't ibang social media platforms gaya ng Facebook, Messenger, Viber at iba pa. At upang magkaroon ng sapat na panahon ang guro kaugnay sa pagtuturo at pagkatuto ng kanyang mga mag-aaral, nilikha ng DepEd ang DepEd Order No. 32 o Guidelines on the Engagement of Service of Learning Support Aids to reinforce the implementation of BELCP in time of COVID-19 pandemic, kung saan ang Schools Division Office at paaralan ay maaaring magbayad ng makakatulong sa paglilimbag ng mga modules maging sa distribusyon ng mga ito imbis na gawin pa ito ng mga guro. At iyan na po ang ilan sa mga impormasyong dapat nating malaman kaugnay sa tinatawag na academic ease. Maging updated sa mga bagong impormasyon at kaganapan mula sa DepEd Region 1. Mag-subscribe sa official YouTube channel ng CLMD Region 1, Curriculum Matters. At i-like and follow ang CLMD Region 1 official Facebook page, CLMD Rehiyon 1. Maraming salamat po sa panonood at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Ako ito. Ang aking mga paa ay walang pagundang nagpapatuloy sa bawat pag-abang. Bako-bako man ang daanan. Ilang kalsada pa ba ang aking lalakarin? Ako ito. Ang aking isip ay tila umaayon sa agos ng tubig sa ilog sa tuwing aking mapagtatanto ang nangyayari sa kasalukuyan. Ilang ilog pa ba ang dapat baybayin? Ako ito. Ang aking mga mata ay nakatuon sa haba ng tulay na aking binabagtas. Tulay na siyang nagbibigay kulay sa aking paglalakbay. Ilang tulay pa kaya ang aking tatawirin? Halika at samahan mo ako sa aking kwento, sa aking makabuluhang paglalakbay.
Simpleng pamumuhay lamang ang nais, ngunit hindi naman hangarin na masadlak sa kung anuman ang nakasanayang pagtitiis. Ang isip ay dapat maging bukas sa pagbabago. Sa bawat pagpadyak ng iyong mga paa, mararamdaman ang lakas ng pagdapo ng iyong talampakan sa pedal na tila nagsasabing, magpatuloy ka lang at sabayan ang ikot ng mundo gaya ng pag-andar ng mga gulong ng bisikletang iyong minamaneho. Masdan ang munting kilos, nakakainganyong tawa at natural na kamusmusan ng mga mag-aaral. Ikaw nga, ikaw ang siyang dahilan sa bawat paghakbang ng aking mga paa patungo sa lugar ng kaalaman. Kahit ilang tulay pa man iyan ay buong tapang kong tatawirin, maitawid lamang ang karunungan. Ikaw nga, ang bawat gabing pagpupuyat sa paggawa ng mga aralin na ituturo kinabukasan ay lubos na inaalam upang sa iyo ay maibahagi. Gaya ng banayad na pagdaloy ng tubig sa ilog, ang agos ng aking pagmamahal sa sinumpaang tungkulin. At sa iyo, na aking inspirasyon sa pagkamit ng adhikain. Kahit ilang sagwan pa ang ikakampay sa tubig ilog, maiahon ka lang sa kamangmangan. Ikaw nga, bako-bako man ang daan na susuungin gaya ng mga pagsubok na kinakaharap sa usaping pang-edukasyon. Magpapatuloy ako sa paghakbang ng aking mga paa. Sa huli, aking matatanaw ang iyong tagumpay. Gaano man kahaba ang kalsadang lalakaran patungo sa iyo, buong lakas kong gagawin. Napahinto man pansamantala ang dating nakagawian at tila tayo ay nakikiayon na sa kasalukuyang sitwasyon. Hindi pa rin maikakaila na singlakas ng daloy ng tubig sa ilog ang agos ng ating pag-unawa sa pangyayari. Singhaba ng kalsada ang paghakbang natin tungo sa minimiting pangarap at singtibay ng tulay ang ating pananampalataya na malalampasan din natin ang bawat hamon ng buhay. Tayo ang magpapatuloy ng ating kwento. Tayo ang bubuo sa ating mga pangarap. Tulad ng tubig sa ilog, malinaw ang ating itiin. Tulad ng kalsada, malayo pa ang ating lalakbayin. Tulad ng tulay, matibay ang ating pundasyon na siyang gagabay sa ating pagtawid tungo sa matagumpay na pagsulong ng edukasyon.
magihim sa silangan, alam ng puso sa dating mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulad ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisingil. Sa nagatakbo sa simula, sa langit mo mahal, ay ilang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Isang lang matawat mo'y tabi, ay nanagniligid. Ang bituwing at araw na kailan, ang may maghihigit. Lupa ng araw na luwal, ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya na kay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let us feel the presence of our loving Lord. Heavenly Father, the God of light and wisdom, thank you for your presence and for your unending love. We praise you, we glorify, and we give you thanks for keeping us always safe and surrounded by your blessings. We also humbly ask for your forgiveness for our shortcomings. Lord, as we gather virtually in this first San Carlos City Research and Innovation Summit, bless each one of us so that we will be able to glean the vital information. Enlighten our minds and hearts so that everything that we're going to discuss is according to your will. Give us the wisdom and discernment to understand the signs of the time and the things that you want us to do. Lord, make this summit be successful and that will have a great impact in the lives of our learners, especially during this challenging situation. Lord, we love you and we trust you. All this we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
From the mountains and the rivers, through the plains and winding trails, to the shores where breezes linger, that's the place I love so well. It's the home of men who love her, men who died to keep us free, men who told to bad the weather, that it was will never be. Region 1, Region 1, better place I see. Region 1, Region 1, there is home by far to be. From her care I learn my lessons, in her bills I work and play. She has kept me safe and happy as I live on day by day. To waterlands I wander as I search for wealth and fame. In my heart I will remember Region 1, beloved name. Region 1, Region 1, better place I see. Region 1, there is one by far to be. Look to waterlands I wander as I search for wealth and fame.
In my heart I will remember reason one beloved name. Sugod katandayungi, Pangasinan niya binabi. Daan mo kami aligwas, Yunagot ko lawas. Nagpuso Pangasinan, pagkalaliwanan. Luyak ko yan iyanagan, Pagdagdagan yaman. Ang panaligwas mo na kaya nung Kasing panunin magulang, sa ibang kakasakti na tayo nalilig na, napunta na mabisi ka. Sa idayang muntak na'y natuktan sa yaman, sa nagkakapalan ngayon. Ayon ang tansangking mo Pangasinan, oriental lawas ng kaya. Lawas na panik ang duro Pangasinan, ayon kataan kayungan. Anang ako kung wala na bangunan, ikikinon ko syukaman. Pangasinan, luyang pinanyaman. We love, we honor you forever. Oh, Jesus, our institution, we glad to praise your name. Our Jesus, our institution, you give us strength and courage. Our love to you will last forever. We trust you all the way. Jesus, our institution, we sing to you today. Oh, hands of our institution, we Lord to all the needs. Jesus, our institution, our hearts will always beat. Throughout our lives we pledge, we bold and faithful. For Jesus, our institution, we sing to you today. For hands of our institution, we yours to all the years. For Jesus, our institution, we sing to you today. For hands of our institution, we yours to all the years. For years of our institution, with voices loud and clear, so loyal we will be the sing. Forever we will sing.
Welcome to the Found, where the latest information is delivered after gathering it directly from the newsmakers themselves. I am Rocky Garcia. Today on the program, the Schools Division Office of Santana City conducts the first ever virtual research and innovation summit. Depth at Santana City is blessed with brilliant teachers, chosen as researchers and innovators in the field. Three of them produce basic education research fund researches and four non-basic education research fund researches and innovations. The researches and innovations made are of great impact in the educational milieu. Keep posted on the program for these educators have prepared their virtual presentations. Today's program acknowledges the presence of the participants, regional officials, Regional Director Tolentino Aquino, Assistant Regional Director Ronald Castillo, Policy Planning and Research Division Chief Cecilia Rosido, SDO SDC officials, Schools Division Superintendent Lourdes Servino, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Gustavo Media, school heads, school research focal persons, teaching and non-teaching personnel, teacher researchers and research advocates. Welcome to the first SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. Meantime, CID Chief Dr. Rita Fridas gives her welcome remarks in this virtual research and innovation summit. Here's the clip.
To our Regional Director, Sir Tolentino Aquino, Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald Castillo, PPRD Chief, Ma'am Cecilia Rosido, of course, our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Lourdes D. Servino, Sir Diosdado Cayabyab, our ESDS, SGOD Chief, Sir William Margloria, Administrative Officer, Sir Nelson Peralta, our SEPs in Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara, honored guests, presenters, fellow educators, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Naimbag na bigat kada tayo amin apo. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Masanton kabuasan at sikatayon. Amin. To our eminent regional officials, spearheaded by no less than our regional director, and to everyone present, we are indeed honored to have you here with us today in this virtual summit. To our friends in DepEd San Carlos City, thank you also for being around. We may be geographically remote from each other. You may be in the comforts of your homes, in your gardens, or in your offices. What matters most is that we are virtually connected and that we are all willing to share our most precious time in today's event. The pandemic has forced institutions across the globe to rethink strategies and the way they do business. Schools are not spared from redesigning the way they deliver continued learning to their learners in the new normal. A lot of essential things related to teaching and learning must be in place to ensure that the delivery of services to our clientele, the learners, is not compromised. The switch towards the new normal offered the much needed nudge towards innovations and research. It is for this reason that I personally is so excited to attend today's summit. I hope, friends, you feel the same. With this, on behalf of the top management of SDO San Carlos City, with the able leadership of Dr. Lourdes D. Servino and Sir Diosdado T. Cayabyab, and of course, the organizers of this event, the SGOD family, may I warmly welcome everyone to the very first virtual Research and Innovation Summit in our division with an aptly and overarching theme facing the challenges of new normal in education through research and innovations. Lastly, may this division summit in research and innovation inspire us all to soar high and come up with more innovations and researches to better serve our clientele, the learners. Again, to everyone, my warmest welcome. Thank you and Happy New Year. God bless.
Thank you, CID Chief Dr. Rita Fridas. To give us the overview of this virtual summit, here's the Senior Education Program Specialist for Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara.
Learning is the core of the Department of Education's mandate. However, DepEd is not only a learner-centered government institution. It is also an organization that constantly incorporates the learning process in implementing education policies and programs consistent with its vision. The department maintains its progressive orientations by ensuring that its actions are informed by sound and relevant evidence from research. In support of the department's policy development process, research agenda, and policy and program development and implementation, the department issued DepEd Order Number 16 Series of 2017, known as the Research Management Guidelines, to provide guidance in managing research initiatives in the national, regional, the schools division, as well as the school levels. Under the provision of this DepEd order is the dissemination and utilization of research results, which is crucial in the achievement of learning outcomes and improve teaching, learning, and governance processes. Today, in this first Virtual Research and Innovation Summit, we are going to witness the presentation of 3 BERF-funded and 3 non-BERF completed researches and innovative work plans. Each presenter will have his or her own time to share his or her own experiences in the conduct of research and will discuss the result and its impact to the learners. May I therefore invite each and everyone to stay tuned until the end of this first SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit with the theme Facing the Challenges of New Normal in Education through Research and Innovations. Thank you once again. Stay safe and have a pleasant day ahead of you.
Thank you, Subs for Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara. Also, Sir Marlon Icol, the event's head of SDRC Secretariat, highlights the purpose of conducting the Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. Here's more of the details.
Most esteemed Region 1 Regional Director, Dr. Tolentino G. Aquino, our very competent Regional Research Committee Chairperson, Assistant Regional Director, Dr. Ronald B. Castillo, our very amiable Region 1 Policy Planning and Research Division Chief, Dr. Cecilia R. Rosido, the very committed Officer in Charge, Office of the Schools Division Superintendent, and at the same time, the School Division Research Committee Consultant, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito, the kind-hearted and smart Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, and at the same time, the School Division Research Committee Chairperson, Dr. Diosdado I. Cayabyab, highly equipped chiefs of SDO San Carlos, CID Chief Ma'am Edita R. Fridas, SGOD Chief Sir Villamor Q. Gloria, our Administrative Officer 5, Sir Nelson Peralta, Schools Division Research Committee representatives in the different area of discipline, our education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, the proponent and prime mover of this event, Senior Education Program Specialist for Planning and Research, Sir Renante M. Camara, the members of the Division Research Committee Secretariat, Sir Levy Bautista, Ma'am Gail Galban, and Ma'am Madeline Suarez, and to all the participants of this very first SDO San Carlos City Virtual Research and Innovation Summit, good morning to everyone. Crisis like this prevailing situation of COVID-19 is a blessing in disguise. This life-changing event happened for a reason. Out of adversity, there is always an opportunity. This tiny invisible virus allowed us to pause and see the beauty of nature, the love of gardening. It changes the behavior pattern of most individuals. Beautiful scenery of seeing parents and teachers working together for the education of our students. Today, we are creating a footprint of long-term effect, an imprint of indelible mark to help the Department of Education through the researches and innovations of San Carlos City Transmitter of Knowledge, our teachers. One of the objectives of the summit is to showcase some of the completed research of SDO San Carlos City, and we have to thank this technology for this contact-free celebration of event. Number two is to bring together the school heads, the school research focal person, teachers, teacher researchers, and SDO personnel to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of educational research. This will enable us to provide and help SDO San Carlos the right projection and direction to become a trusted institution resilient to the prevailing situation. And number three, to provide a platform for policymakers, top-level managers, researchers, practitioners, and educators to present the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as the practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the field of educational research. As we geared up to this post-pandemic transformation with high hopes, I say congratulations to all the researchers. God bless us all. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, EPS, Head of SDRC Secretariat, Sir Marlon Icon. The said summit has joined the stewards of leadership as they give their messages on how to weigh even more the importance of research and innovation in the arena of learning, thus to ignite passion in us towards our learning profession. Let's go straight to the founder of the message. We have the PTRD Chief, Dr. Cecilia Rosido.
To our very dynamic and competent Schools Division Superintendent, Madam Lourdes Servito, our equally able Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Diosdado Cayabyab, our Chiefs of CID and SGOD, Ma'am Edith Pridas and Sir Villamor Gloria, our Education Program Supervisors, our PSDSS, our SEPs for Planning and Research, Sir Renante Camara, other personnel of the SDO of San Carlos City, school heads, teachers, non-teaching, research enthusiasts, other guests and visitors, good morning. At the outset, I would like to commend the efforts of SDO of San Carlos City for this very laudable undertaking, this year's first virtual research and innovation summit amidst the pandemic with the theme Facing the Challenges of New Normal. You are so lucky because Madam Lourdes is a prime mover of research. When she was still in Dagupan City has the highest turnover in terms of the number of research conducted and completed in the region. I know that she carries with her that passion to San Carlos City as evidenced by this endeavor, the Research Summit. And I know that when she set foot to San Carlos City, she has started mobilizing, motivating almost everybody to conduct research. Thank you very much, Madam Lourdes, for the all-out support on this policy and research program of the Department of Education. We are now in the era of making decisions, of formulating policies through research as inputs and one of the evidences being used. To carry out this mandate of the central office as the policy-making body of the Department of Education has issued numerous department orders from establishing a policy development process, research agenda, to research management guidelines coupled with a policy and research program grant given to researchers in action research and basic research as provided in the General Appropriations Act. Some of you are recipients of the so-called BERF or Basic Education Research Fund. But even without the BERF, the conduct of research should be treated as one of our duties and functions if we really want to institute change. If we want to help our department to come up with relevant, timely, and reliable decisions to improve the quality of basic education. The results of research completed are being used by the central office as evidence in coming up with policy guidelines to improve the implementation of the different programs, projects, activities. Research is a big investment. It is not only in terms of money, but it takes in the form of time, patience, and dedication. In this endeavor, you need a burning passion to fuel your desire to move and explore what you're encountering in your day-to-day engagement with the educational environment, especially now with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic. Recently, our call for proposals is focused on the new normal as the research agenda. The conduct of research is for everybody. Teachers, non-teaching, administrators, supervisors, managers, all DepEd employees. If you want to improve operations, solve problems, introduce new knowledge or products, it must form part of our basic roles to play as contributors of change in our educational system. As Neil Armstrong once said, in much society, research means to investigate something you do not know or understand. Research is creating new knowledge. Don't say you don't have enough time. You have the same number of hours per day that were given to Helen Keller, Pasteur, Michelangelo, Mother Teresa, Leonardo da Vinci, Thomas Jefferson, and Albert Einstein. Remember that the common facts of today are products of yesterday's research. Take note that the best insurance policy for the future of an industry is research, for it helps to foresee future lines of development, to solve its immediate problems, to improve and cheapen its products. In the same manner that every day in our working environment, we encounter lots of problems, issues, gaps, concerns, especially now given the pandemic scenario. And if you want to find out why these things are occurring, then research will help you find answers to these encounters. My dear friends, a goal is a dream with a deadline. Therefore, plan and schedule to achieve your research milestones. Set goal, make plan, get to work, stick to it, and reach goal. Congratulations for this very significant event before we close the fiscal year 2020. To me, this activity signals the beginning of a more engaging research activities at the onset of fiscal year 2021. What you have done today is just laying the path for the next year's journey towards research. To end, I would like to thank the leadership of our Superintendent, Madam Lourdes Servito, and Sir Renante for organizing this activity and for making me a part of this very meaningful and significant activity. As what J.K. Rowling has said, we do not need magic to change the world. We carry all the power we need inside ourselves already. We have the power to imagine better. Yes, indeed, if you want change, if you want to improve the quality of education, if you want to contribute to the decision-making process in our department to improve operations, then unleash what you have inside and use it to feed your ideas to come up with the research. Kudos to all of you and to the resounding success of this year's Research Summit. Again, good morning.
Thank you, PTRD Chief Cecilia Isidro. Another message on the loop. Here's the chairman of the Regional Research Committee, ARD Ronald Castillo.
Good day, everyone. We would like to commend SDO San Carlos City, headed by SDS Lourdes Servito, ASDS Diosdado Cayabyab, the division chiefs and supervisors for spearheading this laudable initiative on research and innovation. Our salute to all our school heads, teachers, and non-teaching personnel for your active participation. The pandemic has reshaped the educational landscape. Our mantra, education must continue, have pushed us to think of ways on how to deliver basic education despite the restrictions. We had a sudden shift from the traditional face-to-face to distance learning modalities. This is our first time to do this on a large scale. Hence, we see some challenges. We see some development areas. The new normal requires us to seek new ways of doing things. Now, more than ever, there is a pronounced need for us to discover how we can do things better, to think out of the box so we can achieve desired learning outcomes. This is the most opportune time for us to build back our schools better. The initial implementation of our basic education learning continuity plan shows that we can do ideal reconstruction and recovery process. We have adjusted and adapted accordingly. The next challenge is on how we can do these things in a more efficient and effective manner. Albert Einstein once said, "We cannot solve our problems with the same level of thinking we used when we created them." Establishing a culture of research and innovation ensures that we are in an advantaged position to address these challenges. Through research, we can improve practice. We can create a body of knowledge that can be used to conceptualize our innovations. May this assembly serve as an avenue for you to celebrate your successes, to reflect on what you have accomplished so far, and figure out how you can institutionalize continuous improvement. We are confident that this trust on research and innovation is a strategic step towards excellence. Congratulations, SDO San Carlos City. Keep on, lead on, mabuhay po kayo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, ARD Ronald Castillo. To complete the list of messages from our regional officials, Here's the Regional Office 1 Director, Tolentino Aquino.
Message of the Regional Director during the first Research and Innovation Summit at SDO San Carlos City, Pangasinan. So I'm honored to read the message of our Regional Director, Tolentino G. Aquino. I would like to congratulate and to express my appreciation to the Schools Division of San Carlos City, headed by SDS Lourdes Servito and ASDS Diosdado Cayabyab, for the Innovation and Research Summit that you are conducting now. Thinking about innovation and engaging in research are two potent activities that we may think of in order to pivot well to quality education. Results of several international examinations show that Filipino learners are not performing well compared to their counterparts in other countries. Perhaps this is telling us to change the way we think about how learners are learning and to change how and what we do in the classroom, be it physical or virtual or distant. To do this, we really need to innovate things, not only in instruction, but also in governance and operations. My dear friends, the importance that you're giving to research is commendable indeed. Research will help you understand the occurrences in your workplace and will lead you to the possible solutions to every problem identified. However, we have to remind you that we only benefit from researches if their results will be utilized whenever and wherever possible. Let us not allow those important academic endeavors to gather dust in the shelf after their completion. Let us use them. Again, thank you for all these efforts that you invest for the benefit of our learners. Tolentino G. Aquino, Director 3, OIC, Office of the Regional Director.
Thank you, R.D. Tolentino. Downlinking it to the key officials of SDO-SCC, known for his wit and gusto, the chairman of the Division Research Committee, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Diosdado Cayabyab.
A pleasant morning to everyone. Kumusta na po kayo, mga kaibigan? First of all, I would like to greet everyone prosperous, COVID-free, and a Happy New Year. Okay, so we are about to end the year 2020. Daming nangyari sa 2020. You know, my dear friends, the development and progress that we are experiencing is the product of research, innovations, and creativity. Technological advancement is an incremental product of research. Even the smallest interventions or product is a result of research. That's why all companies or even businesses nowadays always incorporate in their companies the research and development aspect. And businesses would like to ensure their standing in the consumer's world, their status, and of course their competitiveness. So, they keep on innovating, they keep on introducing new products, they keep on putting new ideas and concepts. That is what we call continuous improvement, para manatili sila sa kanilang standing, sa kanilang mga negosyo. And of course, in the field of education, we are also doing the same thing. Okay? Through research, we keep on evolving. Every day, we are looking and discovering new strategies to improve the delivery and provision of the basic services to our clientele, to our learners, okay, our customers. Okay. This is now a big challenge to all of us, okay, on how we face this new normal of education, ensuring continuous improvement and continuous delivery of new ideas, okay, and ensuring that what we are giving to our clientele are what they deserve and what is needed by them. You know, my dear friends, we need to share our best practices. Okay? Through this research summit, I think this one of the kind, or it's the first time here in San Carlos to have a research summit like this, although it is virtual. So through this, perhaps we can share our best practices, as I've said, so that we can learn from one another and we can improve what we want to deliver, we want to achieve in the field of education. Okay, so I hope through this summit, okay, more researches will be conducted by our future researchers. More innovations will be introduced to our schools and different offices here in San Carlos City, Division, and to all our schools. Okay? So, with that, siguro through this sharing of best practices and through this research summit, okay, this will help us cope up with the challenges of this interesting time, ika nga. Okay, hopefully, by 2021, wala nang COVID. COVID-free na tayo sa dapat pagdating ng 2021 para mas marami tayong magagawa. Okay? And even during this time of pandemic of COVID, dapat continuous pa rin yung paggawa natin ng innovations, creativity, and of course, research. So, with that, I would like to commend and recognize the effort of the organizer of this activity. Napakaganda po ito. Okay? This is the first kind of summit we conducted here in San Carlos City. Of course, headed by the SDO chief, okay? Sir Amor, Gloria, and of course, the SEPs in planning and research, Sir Renante Camara. Okay? And also I'd like to extend my greetings to all our division personnel, of course, headed by our beloved Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Lourdes Di Servito, and all the functional divisions, okay, from the CID, headed by Madam Edith Pridas, and from the OSDS, the admin group headed by Sir Nelson Peralta. So again, I would like to express my warmest greetings to everyone. Okay? Happy New Year once again. Okay? Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, ASDS Tostado Kaya. Also joining us in this summit with her full vigor and support to this endeavor, Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Lourdes Servito. Here's the clip.
Aloha morning, everyone. Thank you so much to the moderator of this virtual first ever Research and Innovation Summit, no less than Ms. Raquel G. Garcia, Teacher 2 of SEPNAS. May I also extend our warmest gratitude and appreciation to the previous speakers, and I'd like to thank our Chief of the PPRD, Dr. Cecilia Rosino, for the very inspiring and encouraging remarks, as well as our Assistant Regional Director, Sir Ronald B. Castillo, and our regional director, of course, Director Tolentino G. Aquino. Thank you so much from the bottom of our heart for all the encouragement and the inspiration for us to continue our endeavors towards research and innovations. Also, I would like to extend my gratitude and commendation to the organizers of this Research and Innovation Summit, namely the SEPs for Planning and Research, Mr. Renate M. Camara, our Chief of the SGOD, Mr. Villamor Gloria, our Chief of the CID, Dr. Editha R. Pridas, and of course, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Justdado Kayabia. Really, this is one of the most awaited events in our Schools Division office. And as everybody knows, this is one of my passions. Of course, aside from campus journalism, as you know it, research is also my passion. And of course, innovations are my favorites. So as we listen to the message of our regional director, he really encouraged us to make use of the results or our findings in the research, because these educational endeavors would be useless if we don't use them. So I really do believe that our researches can be used as basis for coming up with innovations as well as policies in our division and even in the school level at that. So, like what I said during my virtual meetings and conferences with our teacher researchers during the previous months, and also my conferences with the Association of Master Teachers. So I'm so glad that all the master teachers are participants to this Research and Innovation Summit. And they are now the key players in our project of revolutionizing research at SDO San Carlos City, Pangasinan. So I'm glad that this year, 2020, there are around 3 of our researchers who made it to the birth, meaning they are given Basic Education Research Fund. And congratulations to our teacher researchers. I believe some of them are presenting also today in this summit. And let me just mention our presenters, who are also our model researchers here in our SDO. Ms. Janice Amon, MT2 of Central 1 Elementary School. Ms. Annalyn D. Tolagan, MT2 of Torak National High School. I think it's Annalyn whose research is now a part of Panagsukiso, the research journal of the PED Region 1. Mr. Roda B. Eden, our PDO here at the division office. Ms. Elizabeth F. Mislam, HT1 of Bacnar Elementary School. Ms. Roslyn De Rosario, MT1, Gamata Elementary School. And Mr. Alfred S. Rosario, HT1, Abanon Central School. So let me congratulate all these teacher researchers for being able to present their works during this summit. And then again, I'd like to appreciate the leadership of our president of the Master Teachers Association in the elementary level, Ms. Flordeliza A. Pidlawan, and also the counterpart in the secondary, the president of the Division Master Teachers Association, Mr. Marito V. Austria. So I'm just happy enough that all our master teachers have expressed their desire and willingness to conduct action researches, because they are really mandated to do that, and they have to be their role model for the other teachers when it comes to research, and not just when it comes to research, but also in other educational activities. As we can see that our master teachers take the lead, and they also help in coaching and mentoring our new teachers and our teachers who really need help. So then, I'd like to share this quote from no less than Bill Gates. As you know, he said, "I believe in innovation, and that the way you get innovation is you fund research and you learn the basic facts." So the multi-billionaire Bill Gates also believed in research and innovations. So maybe it is also a signal for us that in order to progress in our life as educators, we really have to conduct researches and be able to come up with innovations out of it. And that's really one of the ways by which we can utilize the findings, the research findings or the result of our researches. So as we think of the actual situation right now, we're still in the midst of the pandemic, and our teachers are working from home and hoping that while they are pondering on about their work and about the new modalities of teaching and learning, they will be able to they will be more creative and innovative when they conduct researches, study the basic facts, the database, and then come up with researches. As we can observe, a lot of changes have been happening. Let me also quote the author Li Keqiang, a Chinese author, who said, "Changes call for innovation, and innovation leads to progress." Yes, we can attest to the fact that some of the researches would also lead to new discoveries or even inventions. So it's true that innovation can lead us to progress. Progress in our career and progress in the education parlance in general. So I think we are on the right track. I will continue to encourage everyone to engage in research, not just our master teachers, not just the master teacher 1 or master teacher 2, but all our key teachers. In fact, all experienced teachers can venture into research. We are presently working on researches to really improve the English proficiency of our learners, as we venture to use the English reading recovery program by Mary Clay. And at this point, I'd also like to congratulate our teacher resources who are venturing on this tool. And so we can really help out improve the performances of the Filipino learners when it comes to the national and international assessments. So again, I'd like to congratulate everyone. So let us continue all our endeavors towards research, innovations, and indeed improvements will come and progress will be attained for all of us. So thank you and good luck and God bless everyone.
Thank you, SDS Lourdes Servito. Big thanks to the regional and SDO San Carlos City officials for the warm messages. SCC News, the FAM will be right back after this break.
Together, we are being called to make our future grow. The test we face is for us to prove that we can build as one. Sawari mo'y nag-iisa, lahat kanya-kanyang buti, di man nagsasama, kaya bang magkasa? Isa sa pag-iingat, isa sa ating dasal, lagi nagpapatunay na tayo'y makatakbo. Together we are being called to make our future world. The deadly faith is for us to prove that we can heal us all. Heal us all with kindness. We heal us all. We serve, we share, we show compassion. We heal us all. Somebody point out isa, but when we heal, we heal, we heal. Sa pag-iingat, sa ating dasal, lagi nagpapatunay na tayo nakatambay. Together we are being called to make our future world. The deadly faith is for us to prove that we can heal us all. Heal us all with kindness. Heal us all. Share, show compassion. Heal us all. What if I nakita? But when we heal, yes, we will heal. We heal, yes, we can heal. We heal, we heal us all. We heal us all. Thank you so much.
Halika na, umikit, limutin ang problema. Hihintayin ang umaga. Magpahinga, managinip ng ikaliligaya. Darating din ang umaga. Basta tayo'y magkasama, laging mayroong umaga. Kahit na parang sikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Oh, haharapin natin, haharapin natin ang sikat ng araw na may dalang liwanag. Aha, aha. Gumising na, araw na pag-asa'y narito na. Dumating din, harapin natin. Oh, basta tayo'y magkasama, laging mayroong umaga. Kahit na parang sikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Oh, haharapin natin. Basta tayo'y magkasama, laging mayroong umaga. Kahit na sikat ng araw, may dalang liwanag sa ating pangarap. Oh, harapin natin.
mag-home visit sa ayaw ko nang maging guro. Hindi ko isinulat ito na liligoy-ligoy hanggang sa kayo mahilo. Diretsaan ito. Ayaw ko nang maging guro. Ayaw ko na sa ating pagsapit ng Mayo, nagmimistulan akong all-around katulong, nagpipintura, nagpupumpuni, nanggigis-gis, naglalampaso, nagbubunot, nagtatanim para lang maihanda ang lahat sa pagbubukas ng klase sa Hunyo. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko nang gabi-gabi akong napupuyat sa pag-isip ng estratehiya at ng gawain na mauuwi lang ang talakayan sa pagsuway sa kaingayan at pagsagot sa sariling mga tanong. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko nang uminom pa ng ilang litrong kape na dadaloy sa aking dugo upang matapos ang TOS at TQS na magre-resulta lamang sa mababang MPS. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko nang magpunta ng guidance office para lang umako sa mga hindi ko pagkakasala. Ayoko na. Ayoko nang habulin pa ng aso sa pag-home visit sa mga hindi pumapasok. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko nang sa tuwing may haharapin programa, kinakailangan kong pumunta ng Sabado sa eskwelahan na sa halip ako'y nakahiga at nagpapahinga. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko na sa bawat graduation day ay kinakailangan kong tanggapin na ako'y lilisanin ng aking miminsang minahal. Ayaw ko na. Ayaw ko na mapaglipasan ako ng panahon at tuluyan kumandang mag-isa. Subalit sa lahat ng ayoko na at paulit-ulit na pagkamuhi sa pagtuturo, narito ako't matatag na nakakapit. Dahil sa bawat Mayo ay kasama ko silang naghahanda. Dahil sa bawat gawain at estratehiya, sila'y napapangiti at napapaluha. Dahil sa bawat mababang MPS ay nahihipo at meron silang natututuhan sa buhay. Dahil sa bawat kasalanan nilang nagawa, sila'y nagbabago. Dahil sa bawat pagbisita sa kanilang tahanan, ako'y nagiging isang miyembro ng kanilang pamilya. Dahil sa bawat Sabadong inilagi sa eskwelahan na ituro ko ang mga hindi itinuro ng libro at natutuklasan nila ang kaya pa nilang gawin. Dahil sa bawat graduation, naaalala kong hindi nila talaga ako lilisanin kundi kailangan lamang nilang tuparin ang kanilang mga pangarap. Dahil alam kong sa bawat pagtanda ay siya rin ang pagdami ng iniluluwal kong mga anak. Dahil alam kong hindi nila malilimot ang aming mga istorya na patuloy nilang ikikwento sa sandaling landas namin muling magtakbo. Kakapit ako. Dahil mahal ko ang pagtuturo. Hindi dahil sa ito ang bumubuhay sa akin, pero dahil ito ang buhay ko, ang bumuhay ng iba.
Sa bawat pag-ikot ng ating buhay, may oras kailangan ng maghiwalay. Puso'y lumaban man, walang magagawa. Saan ka, kailan ka muli maghanap? Ako lang masaya. alam ko na tayo'y magkikita muli hanggang man umaga pa mahanap ko. Ikaw lang ang mamahalin. Ang
How do we honor you, our dear teachers? How do we embody your teachings? How do we pay tribute to your service of love, of compassion, of commitment, and of dedication? Let us count the countless ways.
One, two, three. All will agree that a teacher's love is a priceless fee. They teach and preach for us to be the best that we can be. 4, 5, 6. They mix teaching styles and fix broken ties, not with sticks, but with tricks that lay like solid bricks. 7, 8, 9. They're on cloud 9 when they see us reach the goal's finish line. We shine with wisdom because they led us to learn without end line nor deadline. 10, 11, 12. Their passion exceeds what they can delve. They teach and teach and teach for a better and brighter future within our reach. 13, 14, 15. We witness them win upon seeing us on victory's crystal screen. Their joy we shall never measure because our success is their only treasure. I pause at 16 to recall 1 to 15. Only to prove that some superheroes don't wear capes. Some can fly, they can even reach the sky. Teachers are like superheroes who empower the powerless, the hopeless, and the helpless. For them, less is more when they become selfless. Do we love our teachers? Do we admire them? Do we value them? Do we treasure them? Do we still remember them? I pause and remember my teachers as I confess and profess. I will never be the teacher that I am today without my teachers who served as my light amidst darkness and my strength amidst my every weakness. I am a teacher. And numbers can never quantify the love I signify for a better future. I teach, I preach, I inspire, I perspire, I mold, I uphold, I pursue, I live up to. Yes, I live up to every teacher's legacy, a legacy of heroism, countless and selfless.
Welcome to Queen's Cottage Garden. A garden that practices permaculture for food adequacy, sustainable living, food security, plant-to-table food practices, and most especially organic gardening. Ito naman, organic food para sa mga baboy, yung mga pinagbalatan ng saging, mga alubati, kamuting. At ito naman ang aking compost pea. School, District 2B, San Carlos City Division. And I am certified plantita. I hope you enjoyed watching. Thank you for watching my video, and you can visit Quinquin's Garden anytime. Bye!
Paano kita mapasasalamatan sa puso mo? Sa'kin ibinigay ngayon lamang ako nagmahal ng tunay sa tanang aking buhay. Sapat na ba ang ako'y mangako mananatili ka dito sa aking puso? Paano kita mapasasalamatan? Sapat na ba mahalin lang kita mapagkailan pa man? Ngayon lamang ako nagmahal ng tunay sa tanang aking buhay. Sapat na ba ang ako'y mangako mananatili ka dito sa aking puso? Paano kita mapasasalamatan? Sapat na bang mahalin lang kita? 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 kailan pa man.
gave us the intermission number is the assistant school principal of Tandog National High School, the champion in the World Teachers Day 2020 singing contest school head category. Thank you, Member Kelvin Cruz. The first ever virtual research and innovation summit gives us the vibes to embrace the love for learning, more so the fervent drive to find solutions to the arising problems we face. SDO SEC vows and celebrates the dedication and brilliance on researches and innovations of the following presenters. With her research title, Solving the Phonetic Difficulties of Readers at Risk Among Grade 1 Learners Through Reading Intervention, Lead to Read program, and Master Teacher 2 of Central 1 Elementary School, Dr. Janice Uzon Abon, joins us. With her research title, Reducing the English-Speaking Anxiety of Senior High School Students Through Idea Generation Techniques, or IGT, and Master Teacher 2 of the Rock National High School, give it up to Dr. Annalyn Dimna Dulagan. With his research title, Responsive Quarterly Assessment System, an intervention for fast, accurate, systematic, and technology-assisted generation of item analysis, a project development officer 2 of SDO SEC. Here's Sir Rodan Baez-Bastille.
Good day, everyone. This is Janice Liu Abon of Central 1 Elementary School to share with you the great transformation of engaging myself to the world of research. The educative process involved the conspicuous and relatively abrupt change, a change that catered to the learners through growth and development. Yes, my action research is a great example of profound change informed from one stage of learning to the next. It's metamorphosis. The conducted study focused on solving the phonemic difficulties of readers at risk among grade 1 learners through reading intervention program Lead to Read, an action research. It was published in a reference research journal of DepEd Region 1 called Panagsukiso. This action research was presented during the first Regional Research Congress at National Educators Academy of the Philippines last year, 2017.
The DepEd, through its K-12 basic education program, puts premium on the learning delivery rights at the early stage. Every child deserves to experience quality instruction at an early age to serve as his strong foundation for learning. To help carry out the plans inherent for the K-12 basic education program, problems encountered in literacy skills of children has to be focused through intensified capacity building activities and other development programs, projects, specifically interventions in the educative process. It is on this premise that I come up with an action research titled Solving the Phonemic Difficulties of Readers at Risk Among Grade 1 Learners Through Reading Intervention Program. Learn and direct to read early as you do, a Lead to Read program. It is a handbook which aims to help and guide teachers to teach well and to solve the phonemic difficulties encountered among the grade 1 learners. This program adapted some features of the Early Literacy, Language, and Numeracy ELLN program of DepEd and other similar intervention programs with modifications for grade 1 readers at risk. Highlighting the innovation of the action research. The highlighted reading intervention, which was Learn and Direct to Read Early as You Do program, captured my interest to help and innovate the educational system in our school. It made use of a reading intervention program to solve the phonemic difficulties of the readers at risk in grade 1. For conducting my research, mentoring of Sir Renante Camara, the Senior Education Program Specialist of Research and Planning, was facilitated. Part of the mentoring of Sir Renante, we identified the respondents of my study. Some children are at increased risk for reading difficulties. Being at risk does not mean that the child is doomed to be a poor reader, but it does indicate that he or she may need especially close monitoring and prompt intervention to prevent reading difficulties. With the help of my fellow master teachers of Central 1 Elementary School, we empowered learning trust, removing barriers to learning. Early identification and knowing the needs of each learner is essential to provide the appropriate intervention. All children can learn and reach their full potential when they are given opportunities, effective teaching, and appropriate resources. With so many struggling readers with various reading difficulties, it is imperative that teachers not only identify struggling readers, but know the best reading intervention practices. It is important for educational practices to be flexible and responsive to the strengths, needs, and learning preferences of individual learners. This helps create learners to become reader and future leader. Read, lead, succeed. Learn and direct to read early as you do. The abstract of my action research. The study focused on solving the phonemic difficulties of readers at risk among the grade 1 learners of Central 1 Elementary School in District 5, San Carlos City Division for this school year 2016-2017 through the Lead to Read, a reading intervention program. A total of 113 readers at risk served as subjects of the study. They were selected based on the result in pre-test administered reading tests as part of the PhilErie. Results of the study showed that the Lead to Read was highly effective in improving the phonemic difficulties of the readers at risk, as shown by the highly significant differences in the performances of the pupils during the pre-test and post-test in all areas of phonemic awareness skills, as manifested by the p-values of 0.000. Likewise, the grade 1 teachers believed that the Lead to Read program is a very effective reading intervention, as shown by the overall mean value of 4.04. Most of the incoming grade 1 learners have deficiency in word recognition skills due to difficulties on phonemic awareness. Evidence of the existence of the problem includes teachers' observations, anecdotal notes, and assessments that indicated low performance and lack of skills of grade 1 pupils to read. In order for learners in grade 1 to become fluent readers who read with comprehension, they need to develop strategies to recognize words with automaticity. Based on the initial reading test result among grade 1 learners of Central 1 Elementary School last school year 2016-2017, it was revealed that out of 315 grade 1 learners, only 97 learners were under the independent level. The three languages, Pangasinan, Filipino, and English, were administered to determine the readability level of the learners. The purpose of implementing interventions that target word level problems is to help children eventually read words by sight or with automaticity. Some children have difficulty reading words automatically because they do not possess strategies in making letter sound associations. In line with one of the President's 10-point basic education agenda, which states that every child should be a reader by grade 1, the Department of Education is strengthening its reading program through the implementation of the Early Language Literacy and Numeracy program. The program will develop in Filipino children literacy and numeracy skills and attitudes, which will contribute to lifelong learning. That is why I highlighted my program through Learn and Direct to Read early as you do. Lead to Read. Here are the following research questions to be answered in my action research. What is the level of phonemic difficulties of readers at risk before and after the implementation of the Lead to Read reading intervention program in terms of identification, segmentation, blending, phoneme deletion, addition, substitution, and isolation? What is the effectiveness of the reading intervention program administered in solving the phonemic difficulties of readers at risk among grade 1 learners in terms of identification, segmentation, blending, phoneme deletion, addition, substitution, and isolation? Is there a significant difference in the level of phonemic awareness skills of the learners before and after the implementation of the reading intervention program? That is the Lead to Read. Based on the findings of the study, what is the assessment of grade 1 teachers on the effectiveness of Lead to Read intervention program? Study was an action research in its design with 3 phases. Under exploratory phase, search strategy, I go through discovery and analysis of situation and secondary resources, expert interview, group discussions, and individual depth interviews. The process of implementing effective interventions helped teachers and learners initiatives that combined the understanding of what has worked and the opportunities to improve outcomes for a real-world impact. That is under Phase 2, Intervention Implementation. Implementing effective intervention is a process of assuring that key aspects of promising approaches are put into practice as intended and to meet learners' needs. Engaging in this process, best practices are proven approaches, strategies, techniques shown to be effective in the implementation of the intervention Lead to Read program. And the last phase, assessment of the effectiveness of the implemented intervention program in solving the reading difficulties of the grade 1 pupils. Assessment means the gathering of information to make critical decisions about a child. A variety of methods are used to gather assessment information, including observations of the child, interviews with the family, checklists and rating scales, informal tests, and standardized and formal tests. Assessment information is useful for identifying the child as eligible for special services, planning instruction, and measuring progress. Of the study, the 113 readers at risk grade 1 learners and 8 teachers in Central 1 Elementary School for the school year 2016-2017. The learners belonging to 8 sections is in grade 1 who were identified as readers at risk. Qualitative and quantitative data collection techniques were employed in the study. Data analysis, frequency counts and percentages, t-tests, and average weighted mean were employed. Presenting to you now are the evidences during the implementation process of my action research. The result on performance in phonemic. Before the implementation of the reading intervention program, all the pupils who were categorized as readers at risk need improvement in phoneme in all the identified areas. Results also show that the pupils cannot identify a word when hearing the parts of the word, phonemes or syllables in isolation. It has to be noted that pupils who have strong phonological awareness skills demonstrate better literacy skills. The lack of phoneme awareness skills of the pupils has resulted in their very low performances in reading. Thus, they are categorized as readers at risk. Performance in phonemic after the implementation of the reading intervention program, the pupils have performed best along isolation, wherein 8.85% of the pupils have scores rated as advanced and 19.47% as proficient. Only 17.7% needed improvement. To become a skilled reader, children need a rich language and conceptual knowledge base, a broad and deep vocabulary and verbal reasoning abilities to understand messages that are conveyed through print. On the differences in the level of phonemic awareness skills of the pupils before and after the implementation of the reading intervention program, the effectiveness of the reading intervention program in improving the phoneme awareness skills of the pupils was determined by comparing the performance of the pupils in the pre-test and post-test given to them. Highly significant differences were observed in the performances of the pupils during the pre-test and post-test in all areas of phoneme awareness skills. The significance was manifested by the p-values of 0.000. On the assessment of the grade 1 teachers to the effectiveness of Lead to Read program, results of the study showed that the grade 1 teachers believed that the Lead to Read is a very effective reading intervention program as manifested by the overall mean value of 4.04. The intervention program was most effective in creating better understanding and allowing for teachers and learners to be well informed and make choices based on current and relevant data and helping supporting teachers and learners strategies to solve the difficulty in reading. As a researcher, I therefore conclude that the readers at risk have very low phonemic awareness skills, and the Lead to Read program is effective in improving the level of phonemic awareness skills of the pupils categorized as readers at risk. Based on the findings of the study and the conclusions generated, the researcher recommends the utilization of the Lead to Read as a reading intervention program among readers at risk. After the conduct of my research, best practices in reading through the implementation of the Lead to Read program was shared. In conducting my action research on reading intervention program, identifying a problem and finding its best solution were crucial to the realization of effective reading strategy and also asking my co-teachers to adopt my innovation, Lead to Read, to find out its effectiveness within my target respondents, which are the grade 1 learners.
The journey of research work is never ending because learning is a continuous process for both teachers and learners. As a teacher researcher of San Carlos City Division, let us all learn while you play because Albert Einstein proved that play is the highest form of research. God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one to say thank you? Thank you, San Carlos City Division, for giving us this opportunity to share with you our action research conducted. God bless to everyone. This is Janice Luabon signing off.
Hello everyone. I'm Annalyn D. Tulagan, Master Teacher 2 from Torac National High School. My study is about reducing the English-speaking anxiety of senior high school students through idea generation techniques. Fear of English speaking is the most common of all phobias. Anxiety experienced in communication in English can be debilitating and can influence students' adaptation to the target environment and ultimately the achievement of their educational goals. It is one of the affecting factors which influence language learning negatively. Over 41% of people have some fear or anxiety dealing with speaking. It was quite alarming that just recently, Filipinos have failed to keep the status as prominent in speaking the English language compared to other Asian countries. Dramatic decrease of competence in the English language skills was reported. There was a big drop in the number of Filipinos who could not speak and think in English. Recent studies have also shown a decline in the country's English proficiency. Concurrently, the researcher observed this scenario among the senior high school students. Conversing with these students, the researcher discovered that most of them fear English speaking. Further, when the students learned that they would do a lot of oral presentations as their output in oral communication class, they cowered and trembled, knowing that the teachers would call them to speak in front. The researcher saw the panic and hesitance on their faces, which implied that they were really self-conscious about speaking in English. Moreover, as the researcher interviewed the students, they told her that they did not have exposures and trainings to English-speaking activities. As a teacher, the researcher felt that it was very timely that the study would be conducted to address and to reduce, if not to eliminate, the English-speaking anxiety of the students. Many studies on English-speaking anxiety have suggested a variety of strategies to successfully cope with this multifaceted dilemma. Interestingly, all the subjects that have been involved in the process of English language learning and teaching for many years seem to have given adequate thought to the ways of reducing English-speaking anxiety. The most frequent suggestion made was to make the language classroom environment less formal and friendlier, one where students can make mistakes without looking or sounding inept. Another way to create less stressful classroom environment is through the use of idea generation techniques. Idea generation techniques concentrate on combining or adapting existing ideas which can unquestionably bring out results. These are creative processes or procedures that students may use in order to figure out solutions to difficult challenges, particularly in overcoming speaking anxiety. It involves coming up with many ideas in a group discussion, selecting the best ideas, working to create a plan to implement the idea, and then actually taking that idea and putting it into practice. But here, the researchers' focus is on equipping students with tools that help them leap onto a totally different arena. These approaches push their minds to consider new perspectives, think differently, and forge new connections. The generation of ideas can be stimulated by using and exploring a range of techniques to stimulate innovation and develop new approaches to problems. The following are the techniques used by the researcher in helping students to generate ideas during oral presentations. Defining. A term may have many different senses and multiple meanings and thus require multiple definitions. The students were asked to define a word, phrase, or other set of symbols using the given patterns. Storyboarding. Storyboarding has to do with developing a visual story to explain or explore. Storyboards can help students represent information they gain. Pictures, quotes, and other pertinent information are put on the board to stand for scenario and to assist with comprehending the relationships between various ideas. Role-playing. In role-playing technique, each student can take on a personality or role different from his own. As the technique is fun, it can help students reduce the inhibitions and come up with unexpected ideas. Visualization and visual prompts. Visual prompts help a lot when it comes to enabling one's brain to establish connections. These prompts can help surface emotions, feelings, and intuitions. To get started with using picture prompts, the teacher distributed a set of pre-selected images. Each student got one. She also asked them to tell whatever ideas come to their mind when they looked at the image in their possession. After these, students paired off and used additional time sharing and talking about the ideas they had come up with and brainstorming more solutions to the existing problem or challenge. Lastly, the various pairs presented their ideas to the rest of the group. Daydreaming. Daydreaming is truly one of the most fundamental ways to trigger great ideas. The word daydream itself involuntarily triggers an uninhibited and playful thought process, incorporating the student's creativity and resourcefulness to play around with the present problem. It enables him to establish an emotional connection with the problem, which is beneficial in terms of coming up with a wonderful idea. Brainstorming. Brainstorming is an activity with which most students are familiar. The students brainstorm as the teacher introduces a concept. Naturally, one idea will spark another, so it is helpful to have students to come up with as many examples as they possibly can for whatever topic given to them. They will compile a list of potential examples for a given topic. This is a great activity to do in small groups or with the entire class. Conversely, the ability to generate new ideas is an extremely necessary work skill today. Students can acquire this skill by consciously practicing these techniques that can create a positive atmosphere that boosts creativity. The above premises provided the teacher a strong purpose to conduct an action research which attempted to reduce the English-speaking anxiety of senior high school students through idea generation techniques to enhance their learning. The main problem of the study was to reduce the English-speaking anxiety of senior high school students through idea generation techniques. Specifically, it sought answers to the following problems. 1. What is the level of the respondents' anxiety in their English class before and after the intervention? 2. What is the level of performance of students in oral presentation before and after the intervention? 3. Is there a significant difference on the anxiety level of students before and after the intervention? 4. Is there a significant difference on the performance level of students before and after the intervention? And lastly, is there a significant relationship between the anxiety level and the performance level of students before and after the intervention? The respondents of the study were the 46 grade 11 Archimedes Gas Senior High School students who were enrolled into Rock National High School, San Carlos City, Pangasinan for the school year 2017-2018. The researcher used two paper and pencil instruments. First, the English Language Classroom Anxiety Scale to determine the extent of the respondents' anxiety in their English class. Second, was the teacher's rubric on oral presentations to assess the performance level of the students at the start and at the end of the intervention. Results show that majority of the students exhibited a high level of English-speaking anxiety prior to the intervention. But these anxieties began to wane after the intervention since students exhibited low level of English-speaking anxiety. As to the students' performance level in oral presentations, they performed poorly, did not meet expectation performance level before the intervention. However, the students had a very satisfactory performance level after the intervention. With regards to the difference of respondents' scores in the English Language Classroom Anxiety Scale, difference of pre-test and post-test performance, correlation between English anxiety and performance, results show that the difference is significant at 0.05 level of significance. Further, English-speaking anxiety is significantly and negatively correlated with performance in oral presentation of students. Therefore, exposed to the idea generation techniques, the students became less anxious and they performed at high level. Thus, employing the idea generation techniques reduced the students' English-speaking anxiety, cultivated their confidence in handling demanding speaking tasks in the context of real life and class, and encouraged and helped students achieve better and improved performances. It is then recommended to integrate idea generation techniques in teaching, to include facilitating IGTs during school-based learning action cell sessions, and to to conduct related studies to ascertain the findings of this study and to achieve better performance in English. As teachers, we have a direct influence in enhancing student learning. We do not only make students feel good about school and learning, but we have to know how to bring out the best in them. Thank you and God bless.
Teachers have multifaceted roles and inevitable responsibilities. Aside from looking into the well-being of learners inside the classrooms and other learning spaces, they devise ways and take initiatives to ensure that DepEd guidelines and policies are adhered to and properly implemented. Nevertheless, if preparations of instructional materials and teaching process alone consume most of the time of teachers, how about the time needed in performing the ancillary tasks, such as checking and recording the written works and exams, and computations of item analysis and grades? Not to forget the preparation of regular forms and other needed documents and reports. How can teachers be very effective and productive if extra hours are still needed for these tasks? Can teachers still address the complex preparations of teaching process if they themselves only sleep for a few hours? My name is Roldan Eden. Join me as I present to you my action research with the title Responsive Quarterly Assessment System, an intervention for fast, accurate, systematic, and technology-assisted generation of item analysis.
In DepEd Order number 16, series of 2009, a typical Philippine teacher should render 6 hours of actual classroom teaching in a day as full teaching load, inclusive of other pertinent special assignments. The remaining 2 hours will be used in the preparation of the instructional materials, which is obviously deficient. That is why most of the preparations were done at home, sacrificing family time. With these scenarios are the following questions. How can a teacher be very effective and productive if extra hours are still needed for doing the aforementioned tasks? Can teachers still do complex preparations of learning resources to address diverse needs and perform teaching-related tasks with efficiency? These are the scenarios that prompted the researcher to pursue this study. This study was conducted to facilitate the teachers and assist them in performing their ancillary tasks so that they can focus more on their core functions in the teaching-learning process. Specifically, this study attempted to answer the following sub-problems. First, how long teachers can prepare and compute the item analysis reports using manual procedure? Second, what technology-assisted intervention is developed to address the problems of teachers in performing the stated ancillary tasks? Third, how long teachers can prepare and compute the item analysis reports using the developed intervention? And lastly, is there a significant difference in preparing and computing the item analysis reports based on pre-execution of using the manual procedure and post-execution utilizing the proposed technology-assisted intervention? For my methodology, the one-group design action research was deployed to ascertain the efficiency of the responsive quarterly assessment system in reducing the time of performing the ancillary tasks of teachers. In gathering the data, a time recording sheet was employed to capture the time of preparing the item analysis reports, which were administered to 22 teachers. For this reason, a paired t-test was used to compute the time using the manual procedure and the time consumed in the use of the developed system. Here are the results of the study. Looking at the first table, it was found out that the average time in performing the ancillary task of preparing and computing the item analysis reports using the manual procedure is 58.18 minutes. Therefore, this implies that teachers having 6 classes will also exhaust at an approximate time of 6 hours just to prepare and compute the item analysis reports of his or her classes. However, preparing and computing the item analysis report is not the only ancillary task that teachers have. Due to this, submission of item analysis reports would take them several days. Looking at the second table, it was figured out that the average consumed time in performing the ancillary task of generating the item analysis reports using the developed system is only 1.85 minutes. As a result, a teacher having 6 classes will just entail a total of 11.1 minutes to generate the item analysis reports of his or her classes. For this reason, respondents of the study were contented and astonished on the gauge time of using the developed system. The teachers can now apportion the lesson time to other important school-related tasks and for devoting more quality family time. In this last table, the computed t-value of 81.27 is superior than the critical t-value of 1.68 at 0.05 level of significance. Furthermore, the p-value of 4.96238 raised to negative 28 is beneath the acceptable value of 0.05. Thus, there is a significant difference in the time of performing the ancillary task of generating item analysis reports using the manual procedure compared to the employment of the developed system. This implies that the teachers will apprehend a drastic reduction of time once they utilize the developed system.
Manual system in accomplishing teaching-related tasks is definitely burdensome and time-consuming. Exploring better means in doing things is highly recommendable and adaptable. The technology-assisted intervention generating item analysis will pave the way for more efficient way of doing it. With more works given to teachers, more means must be devised to help them. The intervention used in this research is highly or hereby recommended for use by teachers concerned. If you have questions regarding my research, you may post your inquiries here or you can reach me through my social media accounts. I hope that my research will some way lessen the burden of the teachers. Salamat po at mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Janice Abon, Dr. Annalyn Tulagan, and Sir Roldan Eden. The three presentations are Basic Education Research Fund, or BERF researches. For the Non-Basic Education Research Fund, BERF researches and innovations, here's Dr. Elizabeth Fermin Islam, Head Teacher 1 of Aknar Elementary School, with her research title, Effectiveness of Blended Learning in the Performance of Grade 2 Pupils in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao, or ESP. Click on.
Hello everyone, I am Dr. Elizabeth Fermin Islam, the Head Teacher 1 of Bacnar Elementary School. When I was conducting this action research, I am still Teacher 3 of Central 1 Elementary School. So as we begin, the title of my action research was The Effectiveness of the Blended Learning Strategy in the Performance of the Grade 2 Pupils in the Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. So the teacher researcher has been teaching Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao in Grade 2 for the last 9 years. Since then, she noticed that the pupils are often hard in catching up with the lessons. Most of the pupils lack of interest in the subject because they think that Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao is not interesting, and most of the pupils are not exposed to the use of the digitized instructional materials. This is also evidenced by the dismal results of quizzes and periodical tests. For the past 3 years, these are the results of the periodical tests based on the mean percentage scores, the index, of the Grade 2 EFM Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. For the school year 2018-2019 was 71.43. For the school year 2017 to 2018 was 70.59. And for the school year 2016 to 2017 was 71.02. To improve the situation and help the pupils improve in their performance, the researcher decided to employ the blended learning strategy in teaching the said subject. The purpose of this blended learning strategy is to discover the mixing of digitized instructional materials in instruction. The main focus of this research is to determine the effectiveness of blended learning strategy in teaching Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. Blended learning is a teaching strategy in which the combination of the lecture method in which the teacher uses board and chalk and discussion at the same time the teacher uses digitized instructional materials that pupils learn to the delivery of content and instruction. While still attending face-to-face with the pupils, the teacher makes use of digitized instructional materials such as the monitor, laptop, and speaker. It is the aim of the researcher to find out the effectiveness of blended learning strategy in the performance of the Grade 2 pupils in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. Through this blended learning strategy, the teacher researcher made use of digitized instructional materials through the use of the monitor, laptop, and speaker in teaching strategy. And based on the various researches on blended learning strategy read by the teacher researcher, she was fully convinced that implementing the said strategy could improve the performance of the Grade 2 pupils in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. Prior to the conduct of the action research, the researcher has already developed the instructional materials that was used. in the teaching of edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. These instructional materials are technology-aided in the form of the audio, video clips, PowerPoint presentation, and so on. These were used hand in hand with the traditional learning strategy like the use of the chalkboard, textbook, and charts. The said materials were used in the teaching edukasyon sa pagpapakatao 2 during the first quarter of the school year 2019 to 2020. Before the tryout of the blended learning strategy, a pre-test was administered to the 38 Grade 2 EFM Magalang pupils, and results were used as baseline data in determining the effectiveness of the above-mentioned learning strategy in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. After the tryout period, which lasted for 8 weeks, the researcher administered post-tests to the pupils. The pre-test and post-test results using the mean, MPS, and index of mastery were analyzed to determine the effectiveness of blended learning strategy in the performance of pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. This study answered the questions how effective the blended learning strategy in the performance of the pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao 2. Specifically, it sought answer to the following sub-problems. So the first one, what is the level of the performance of the grade 2 pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao as revealed by the pre-test results? The second one, what is the level of the performance of the grade 2 pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao as revealed by the post-test results after exposing the class in blended learning strategy? The last one, what is the level of the effectiveness of the blended learning strategy in the performance of the grade 2 pupils based on the pre-test and the post-test results? The participants of this action research are the 38 grade 2 pupils in Central 1 Elementary School, San Carlos City Division, during the school year 2019 to 2020. The sources of the data used in this research were the pre-test and the post-test results administered to the grade 2 pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. The pre-test was administered before the tryout of the blended learning strategy and the start of the first quarter. After the tryout, post-test was administered. Using the pre-test and the post-test results, the mean percentage scores are indices of mastery were used to determine the level of effectiveness of the blended learning strategy. For the data gathering method, the researcher administered a pre-test at the start of the first quarter, and after the tryout of the blended learning strategy in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao 2, post-test was also administered. The data were classified, tabulated, and tallied. The mean percentage and index of mastery were used to determine the performance of the pupils and the level of effectiveness of the blended learning strategy. For the evaluation criteria, the data gathering instrument used in this study is the pre-test and post-test. The data gathered were analyzed, tallied, and interpreted using the mean percentage scores, and the index of mastery. For the research design, the action research design employed the descriptive method of research. This method was used to describe the prevailing condition and situation during the conduct of the study. For the result and discussion, at the start of the first quarter, the teacher-researcher administered a 30-item pre-test to the grade 2 pupils in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. It could be noted on the table 1 that the pupils obtained a mean of 13.28 and a mean percentage score of 43.27. Based on these results, the pupils seem to have not mastered the lessons covering the first quarter. So here, this is the table of the pre-test and the post-test results in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao 2. For the post-test, the mean was 13.28. For the mean percentage score, 23.41. And the index of mastery was NM, or the not mastered. And for the post-test, the mean was 8.55. For the mean percentage score, 78.08. And for the index of mastery was M, or mastered. After the tryout of the blended learning strategy in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao 2, the post-test was administered and as shown on the same table, a mean of 23.41 and the mean percentage score obtained by the pupils was 78.02 and the index of mastery level of master. Analysis of the results showed that the increase of mean percentage score showed an improvement in the performance of the pupils in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. Whereas the index of mastery, which was 78.02, showed that the pupils have mastered the lessons covered during the tryout. It could be deduced that the blended learning strategy was very effective in the teaching learning activities in the above mentioned subject. So for the conclusion, based on these results, it could be said that there is an improvement in the performance of the grade 2 pupils with the use of the blended learning strategy in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. The pupils obtained mastered in index of mastery level based on post-test results showed. It could be deduced that blended learning is an effective strategy that could enhance the performance of grade 2 pupils in Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao. From the blended learning method also develops the relationship between the parent and the child in undertaking the lessons, and as the DepEd says, that we need to cope up and find remedies amidst this pandemic, that education must continue and no child will left behind. That is why teachers are reaching their learners to learn by giving them different modalities with quality education. And it is recommended that the blended learning is one of the modalities that the teacher can use, the combination of adult modules and the use of digitized instructional materials. The teaching of values aims to mold young minds, to put to practice discernment and judgment of what deserves importance and usefulness of anything in relating with other people. This has something to do with the person's principles, standard, or behavior, or judgments, or what is important in life. So in order to enhance the abilities of learners to value desirable traits and qualities, the teacher should use a variety of strategies in teaching the subject. One effective learning strategy is the blended learning, wherein the teacher could combine both conventional and technological integrated in the teaching learning activities. Through these changes made in our new normal education system, and amidst the pandemic, the welfare of the learner must always be our primordial concern. Teachers must never take children's welfare for granted. When we teach, let us not only aim to teach education sa pagpapakatao, but how it could be applied in real life. Above all, teachers must do their best to deliver quality education to adhere to the needs of new normal global competition. So thank you and God bless everyone.
Worrying about the reading progress of the learners, the next presenter come up with her research title, Pagpapataas ng Antas sa Pagbasa, Pasalita, sa ikatlong baitang gamit ang bilog na malukpo. Please welcome the proponent of this work, Ma'am Roslyn Diaz Rosario, Master Teacher 1 of the Mata Elementary School.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Ako po si Ginang Roslyn Diaz Rosario, Master Teacher 1 ng Gamata Elementary School, San Carlos City Division. Ang ipipresent ko po sa inyo ngayon ay ang ginawa kong thesis na may pamagat na Pagpapataas ng Antas sa Pagbasa, magpasalita sa ikatlong baitang gamit ang dulog ng marungko. Ang pagbasa ay isa sa mga pinakamahalagang kasanayan na dapat din namin sa mga bata habang sila ay nasa kinder ng mga nagkaroon ng paunang pagkataya sa pagbasa o tinatawag na Philippine Informal Reading Method sa habang paaralan. Batay sa resulta ng pre-test noong 2017, mula sa 50 bilang ng mag-aaral, may 11 bata o 22% ang di marunong magbasa o non-readers. 29 na bata o 58% ang nasa antas pagkabiko. 6 na bilang o 12% ang nasa antas pagkatuto o instructional at 4 na bata o 8% ang nasa antas malaya o independent. Dahil dito, iminungkahi kong gamitin ang dulog ng marungko upang mapataas ang antas sa pagbasa ng mga bata. Ano nga ba ang marungko? Ang dulog ng marungko ay isang paraan upang malinang ang kakayahan ng mga bata sa pagbasa. Ito ay ginagamit din upang mapaunlad ang kasanayan sa pagkilala at pagbigkas ng wasto ang bawat titik ng alpabetong Pilipino. Layunin din ito na mapabilis ang pagkatuto ng mga bata sa pagbasa at mabawasan ang bilang ng mga batang hindi alam magbasa o non-readers. Unang tanong, ano ang antas sa pagbasa ng ikatlong baitang sa mga sumusunod? Pagkilala sa tunog ng alpabeto, pagbasa ng mga pantig, pagbasa ng mga salita, at pagbasa ng talata. Pangalawang tanong, ano ang epekto ng dulog na marungko sa pagbabasa ng mga bata? Para sa disenyo ng pag-aaral, ginamit ko ang paglarawang paraan o descriptive. At para malaman ang antas sa pagbasa, ginamit ang formulang ito. Tunog o pantig o salitang nabasa divided by bilang ng tunog, pantig ng salita times 100. Gumamit din tayo ng Likert scale. Ginamit ang Likert scale upang makuha ang antas sa pagbasa ng mga bata at mabigyan ng interpretation verbal ang mga ito gamit ang 6 na disenyo sa pagbasa. 90 hanggang 100, pinakamataas na level ng pagbasa. 70 hanggang 80% na mataas na level sa pagbasa. 50 hanggang 69% katamtamang level sa pagbasa. 30 hanggang 49% mababang level sa pagbasa. 10 hanggang 29% pinakamababang level sa pagbasa. At 0 hanggang 9% hindi marunong magbasa. Upang malaman ang epekto ng dulog ng marungko sa pagpapataas ng antas sa pagbasa, ginamit ang t-test kung saan pinaghambing ang unang pagtataya o pre-test at panapos na pagtataya o post-test. Dulog ng marungko, magiging epekto sa performance ng di marunong magbasa. Para sa presentasyon, pagsusuri at interpretasyon ng datos, narito ang mga resulta. Para sa antas ng pagbasa sa pagkilala ng tunog, base sa resulta, ang antas sa pagbasa ng pagkilala ng tunog ng mga bata sa ikatlong baitang ay mataas na may 82 at 18% ng post-test kumpara sa 5 at 81% ng pre-test. 2 bata ang may katamtamang level sa pagkilala ng tunog. 8 bata ang may mataas na level sa pagkilala ng tunog ng alpabeto at isa naman ang may pinakamataas na level sa pagkilala ng mga tunog kumpara sa pre-test kung saan ang 2 bata ang nasa pinakamababang level sa pagbasa at 9 naman ang hindi marunong magbasa. Nangangahulugang ang dulog ng marungko ay nakatulong sa pagkilala ng mga tunog ng mga alpabet. Para sa antas sa pagbasa sa pagkik, base sa NPS na 78 siyang at 40, mataas ang level sa pagbasa ng pantig ng mga bata sa ikatlong baitang mula sa NPS na 4 at 54 na may katumbas na hindi marunong magbasa sa pre-test. Dahil sa pagsasama-sama ng mga tunog na basa ng mga batang pagtig. 4 sa mga bata ang may pinakamataas na level sa pagbasa ng pantig, 4 din ang may mataas na level, at 3 naman ang nakakuha ng katamtamang level sa pagbasa. Para sa antas ng pagbasa sa salita, matutunghayan sa datos na nakalap na mataas ang level ng mga bata sa ikatlong baitang sa pagbasa ng mga salita na may MPS na 1 mula sa level na hindi marunong magbasa at may MPS na wala. 5 sa kanila ang may katamtamang level sa pagbasa, 4 ang may pinakamataas na level sa pagbasa ng salita, at 2 ang may mataas na level sa pagbasa ng mga salita. Antas sa pagbasa ng talata. Base sa talahan na yan, mataas ang level ng mga bata sa ikatlong baitang sa pagbasa ng talata na may MPS na 84 at 84 mula sa MPS na 3 at 3 na hindi marunong mabasa. Alam sa mga bata ang may pinakamataas na level sa pagbasa ng talata at 5 naman ang may katamtamang level sa pagbasa ng talata. Para sa epekto ng dulog ng marungkol sa pagpapataas ng antas sa pagbasa, base sa talahan na yan, makikita ang significant value ng lahat ng kasanayan na 0.006 to 10. Mas mababa sa itinagda na 0.05 level of significance. Masasabing malaki ang epekto ng dulog ng marungkol sa pagpapataas ng antas sa pagbasa ng mga bata sa ikatlong baitang. Dahil sa 10 minuhang pagtuturo, ang mga bata ay marunong na bumasa. Para sa conclusion, batay sa ginawang pag-aaral ng 11 mag-aaral sa paaralang elementarya ng Gamata, ay nabatid ang mga susunod. Gamit ang dulog ng marungko, madaling natutong bumasa ang mga bata sa loob ng 10 minuto. Mapatataas ang level sa pagkilala ng mga tunog, pantig, salita at talata ng mga bata gamit dulog ng marungko. Mawawala o mababawasan ang mga batang hindi marunong bumasa kung bububulin ang remediation time sa pagbabasa. At ang aking rekomendasyon, gamitin ang dulog ng marungko mula kinder at unang baitang upang mapadali ang pagkilala ng mga bata sa tunog. Mapapadali rin ang pagbasa sa mga pantig. Gamitin ang dulog ng marungko bilang intervention sa mga batang slow readers o non-readers o ang mga batang hindi marunong magbasa sa iba't ibang pantig. Magkaroon ng maraming basahin sa silid-aralan upang may mabasa ang bata araw-araw. Hikayatin ang mga bata na magbasa sa kanilang libreng oras. Kailangan din magtiyaga ang mga guro sa pagtuturo ng pag-aaral na hindi pa marunong magbasa. At ang panghuli, bumuo ng gawain bilang sa kakayahan ng mga mag-aaral sa pagbasa.
Lingering with the idea of crafting something new, Sir Alfred Sanchez Rosario, head teacher 1 of Abanon Elementary School, proposed innovative work plan in sports, enhanced training program for grade 4 to 6 of players in volleyball of Balakisur Elementary School. Presentation, Leon.
Good day everyone, I'm Alfred S. Rosario and I'll be presenting my innovative training project entitled Enhanced Training Program of Grade 4 to 6 School of Players in Volleyball at Balakisur Elementary School. In today's modern and competitive world of sports, world-class athletes in all levels of sports disciplines are imperative. Producing highly competitive athletes really depends on the quality of trainings, equipment, and facilities catered in the grassroots, particularly in the elementary level. Sports trainers do not just teach their players, but they also guide them. Therefore, the sports trainers play a very important role in the acquisition of specific skills of the athletes, inside and outside of the playing court. The sports trainers need to plan on how to make the training productive and interesting. The implementation of the work plan is through the collaborative effort of our trainer, Sir Raul S. Bautista, coaches, yours truly, and Mr. Rinaldo Vittorio, and our chaperone, Ms. Venus C. Ferrer, who taught and guided athletes to learn values and specific skills needed in playing volleyball. With the school support and continuous encouragement of our school head, faculty and staff of Alitsur Elementary School, and for the trust of the parents, which is really one of the indispensable factors in the success of the work plan implementation. The method of sports training program, which will not sacrifice the academic time schedule of athletes, by means of training program, the individual players is also guided in what part of the playing styles are to be appreciated and what attitudes are to be developed. It is also through this program that the athlete acquired habits, teamwork, skills, and self-discipline. And most importantly, motivate pupils to love sports, especially those honor aspiring pupils, because they know that their academic subjects for learning is not affected while joining such training activity. It is for this reason that the year-round training project in volleyball titled Enhanced Training Program for Grade 4 to 6 Players in Volleyball was implemented at Balitisur Elementary School to provide athletes opportunity to gain knowledge and skills on the rules and regulations in playing competitive volleyball. Before, we spent 3 days preparation for the competition, but we realized it will take years of training to be a champion. Before, we're using substandard playing court, substandard net. As a result of this, we're producing volleyball players not intended for higher level of competition. That's why we conceptualized an innovative training program for grade 4 to 6 pool of players in volleyball at Balitisur Elementary School. I present to you our training design utilized in this innovative project. Always remember that it is important that we have to integrate games in giving volleyball drills in order to make it enjoyable, especially for elementary athletes, at the same time achieving the main purpose of the activity, so that they will not find it as a command or an obligation. Significance of the program. The training program improves the playing performance of the athletes, particularly in the grassroots level. This was also served as a venue to give an equal opportunity to other pupils to excel in their field of interest. Furthermore, sports contributed to character building and personality development. Project objectives, strategies, and methodology. Project aims to provide athletes opportunity to gain knowledge and skills on the rules and regulations in playing volleyball. Specifically aims to
achieve better playing outcomes of athletes during higher meets, district meet, division meet, R1AA meet, even up to palarong pambansa. Demonstrate essential skills in playing volleyball. And lastly, develop the spirit of sportsmanship and other values needed amongst athletes. Here are the strategies done in the training program. Athletes were trained regularly to acquire the needed skills in volleyball by trainers and coaches following the training design and matrix. Conducted lectures on sports psychology, volleyball rules, and the like. Viewing on compiled videos of volleyball games, volleyball drills and workouts, as well as inspirational videos. Conducted activities that build teamwork among players. Tune-up games with stronger teams. Home-away games and practicing to other venues so that players were continuously motivated and inspired to show their best. Tune-up games done to other divisions. Conducted Saturday practices as scheduled. Conducted tutorials to athletes with academic struggles. Project risk management. Our number one rule: players are not allowed to practice without the supervision of coaches and trainers. To ensure safety as well as to avoid possible accident may happen during the training. If practice ended late in the afternoon, those players reside on a far sitio of Balitisur will be accompanied by the coaches going back to their home. One way to build teamwork in volleyball is to have the team hang out and do an activity that has nothing to do with volleyball. Have them take their lunch together. It's a perfect time to share some jokes and laugh together. Part of the work plan is to have tune-up games with stronger teams to measure the weaknesses and strengths, as well as the readiness of the players to compete in higher meets. Tune-up results were used for adjustment of plays and strategies for actual competition. We also conducted home-away games or practice to other playing venues to maintain the excitement of our players because of the new environment. Among our most visited schools were Batangkawa Elementary School, Bayawas Integrated School, Orvistondo National High School, Aknar Elementary School, Central 1 Elementary School, Gamata Elementary School, Lilimasan Elementary School, Lulusan Kaingal Elementary School, St. Charles Academy, and Torak Elementary School. Ang Carl City Volleyball Team Elementary Girls won back-to-back championship last R1AA Meet 2016 held at Bulingit, San Carlos City, Pangasinan, and R1AA Meet 2017 held at Vigan, Ilocos Sur, with no recorded loss in 2 years. In R1AA Meet 2018 held at Manawag, Pangasinan, SCC Volleyball Girls Elementary Team won silver medal but regained our championship crown last R1AA Meet 2019 held at Ilocos Norte. It's not enough to secure athletes' parents' consent. In addition, we have to gain trust and confidence that their child is safe and well taken care of.
On top of all of this is one big secret, and that is passion for sports. Training athletes is not just a job or work to be done. Instead, it is something to be enjoyed while doing. And most of all, is the love for what we are doing.
Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth Islam, Ma'am Rosa Rosario, and Sir Alfred Rosario. There you have it, our SDO SEC pride in the world of research and innovations. Kudos to all of you. Meantime, Schools Division Superintendent Dr. Lourdes Servito delivers her words of challenge to all the research and innovation advocates. Let's have the straight path of information.
For my words of challenge, I know that you've been waiting for this, and I always say that whenever I am asked to give inspirational messages, I challenge you more. And so here's my challenge to all of you, my dear master teachers, key teachers, and of course, all others who are enthusiastic of research. For SDOs in Carlos City, our goal is to come up with at least 100 researchers because we have more than 100 master teachers. So that will be the least, right? And if we can make it 300, why not? So again, another project of ours in relation to research and innovations is for us to come up with a research journal and an electronic research hub where all researchers can interact with each other online and even offline. So let us revolutionize research, as I was saying, in our schools division office in Carlos City. And I am always behind all these endeavors. So, well, the additional challenge, if you remember the message of our regional director, he said that we have to utilize the findings or the results of our researchers. Because if we don't, then these endeavors will be useless, okay? So after coming up with the researchers, then we will put this into use and come up with innovations, policies, or some improvements in the things that we do. So I know that research is not really that easy, but I think whatever work it is, if you enjoy doing it, it's not gonna be that difficult at all, right? So let's enjoy our work. As I always say, the privilege to work is a gift, and the power to work is a blessing. And of course, if you love your work, then that would mean success. So this one is my favorite quotation from David O'Mckey. So that's my challenge. Everyone, I hope you're willing to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, SDS Lourdes Servito. Conducting research and coming up with worthy innovations are of great importance in our field. Thus, really calls for an action. With this, Ma'am Lord Elizabeth One and Sir Marito Austria, Presidents, Division Master Teachers Association in the elementary and secondary respectively, accept the challenge. Here are the details.
Aloha! May I give my respect first to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Lourdes Servito, our assistant schools division superintendent, Dr. Diosdado Cayabyab, to the CID family headed by Dr. Editha R. Predas, S. Good family headed by Sir Amor Gloria, to Sir Renante Camara and the rest of his team, my fellow master teachers, and to the rest of the servants in the public service, a blessed day. Everything rises and falls on leadership, says Dr. Maxwell. With this
San Carlos City Division is always been blessed to have leaders with unique giftings. Now we have Ma'am Lourdes Servito, who has a unique identity when it comes to leadership. I've just met her once or twice, but through her words, you can determine what's in her heart. And I can sense her passion and sincerity when it comes to research, which I believed that would go beyond what is expected. So with this, in behalf of the Division Elementary Master Teachers Association, ma'am, challenge accepted. And we will couple it with action. Action, research. Thank you and God bless us all.
To our affable Senior Education Program Specialist in Planning and Research, Mr. Renante M. Camarel, the ever-dynamic EPS in SGOD, Mr. Marlon B. Icon, the quick-witted Chief of the SGOD, Mr. Villamor Q. Gloria, equally quick-witted Chief of the CIT, Dr. Edita R. Pridas, the proactive and hardworking Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Diosdado I. Cayabyab, the ever-supportive and diligent Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Lourdes D. Servito. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day. One of my favorite scientists and Nobel Prize awardee once said, "Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought." Research really plays an important role in our daily lives. It exercises our minds and helps us in our studies. It sharpens our brains and allows us to be creative, imaginative, and innovative. It could also be helpful to a project to succeed. It is also an invaluable tool in building crucial knowledge. It's the most reliable way to understand the complexities of various issues to maintain our integrity as we disprove lies and uphold important truth. With this timely and very important program initiated by our Schools Division Office through the initiative of our dear Superintendent, research will become a byword of every teacher in our division. Thank you for this given opportunity to be a part of this first SDO Virtual Research and Innovation Summit. I, Marlito V. Austria, President of the Division Secondary Master Teachers Association, calling upon all secondary master teachers out there to positively respond to the call of our dear Superintendent. Let us come up with a research proposal which will enable us to solve various issues in our educational system and to make our clientele cope up with the demands of the education's new normal setting. Let the call reverberate in the hearts and minds of every educator so that we can improve our crafts and practices in bringing education to our students.
Thank you, Mount Cordeliza Pindawan and Sir Martito, Austria. After witnessing all the presentations made, the DepEd family expects each of us to ignite even more the love for research and innovations. Way to go! To get more on this program, here's the School Governance and Operations Division, SDO Chief, Dr. Villamor Gloria, for the finale remarks.
To our esteemed Regional Director, Director Tolentino Aquino, Assistant Regional Director Ronald Castillo, Region 1 TPRD Chief Dr. Cecilia Resido, Dr. Lourdes Servito, the Schools Division Superintendent of San Carlos City, Dr. Diosdado Cayabyab, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edith Pridas, CAD Chief, research presenters, school heads, teachers, and all other personnel of the Schools Division of San Carlos City, good day to one and all. Conducting an action research is vital for the improvement of a learning institution. By carrying out an action research, the teacher comes up with specific solutions to improve teaching and the overall performance of learners. Teachers also become empowered and come up with the creative ideas that help them to meet the needs of the learners. Perhaps even more important is the fact that action research helps teachers to be more effective at what they care most about, their teaching and the development of their students. Seeing students grow is probably the greatest joy teachers can experience. When teachers have convincing evidence that their work has made a real difference in their students' lives, the countless hours and the endless efforts of teaching seems worthwhile. Now that the Department of Education and our millions of learners face enormous challenges in the new normal, teachers are encouraged to experiment, to inquire, and to work to address this present educational problem. Doing this can ensure quality basic education to all learners, especially in these difficult times. So, the time is right for action research. The teachers, schools, and school systems that seize this opportunity and begin investing in the power of inquiry will find it as a meaningful and rewarding pursuit. To our dear teachers, continue to engage in the professional inquiry that will benefit you, your teaching, and your learning. Thank you, and more power.
Thank you, SDO Chief Dr. Villamor Gloria. You have watched a rundown of big stories in the SEC News, The Fount, where the latest information is delivered and gathering it directly from the newsmakers themselves. I am Rafi Garcia, and that's the wrap.